Hello. What's up, everybody? What's up, Rasta, JR, Cesar, Gleger, Engthar? $10. Pastoufle, Grim, Cassie, Thurlow, Asterisk. Hope everyone's doing well today. I don't say that very often. Well, actually, no, I said that very often. That song should have been longer. Great suggestion from Brainy here. I feel like that song could have been triple the length and it would have still not been enough. That was great. What's up, Pensy? How's everybody doing today? It is almost the end of May. Definitely the last stream of May for me. Yeah, I was considering, like I said yesterday, I was considering potentially streaming tomorrow, but I feel like between, well, first of all, like tomorrow is the release of Night Rain. Technically, people are going to be playing tonight probably, but you know, the the release of Night Rain feels like a time to step back just for at least a couple days. So the good timing for the weekend for me. Um, and yeah, like I said once, you know, if I'm gonna add Fridays back on the schedule, I at least want to have had a couple of full weeks before. If I'm having days where I'm having migraines, I'm not sleeping too well, and I have to cancel streams, it's my body's still telling me to take it, a little slower. So I'm gonna listen. Yeah, I mean, there was the tournament yesterday was actually like Bandai Namco sponsored. It was like a release thing. Like I didn't really pay attention to it. I knew it was happening, but yeah, I didn't pay much attention. I was napping during that time. It was great. Love naps. Um, yeah, I mean, I've seen the reviews. I haven't really read anything. I've just looked at the overall reaction. Seems okay. It's you know seems like a relatively low score for a From Software game, but maybe maybe it's just not what the people wanted. Expectations are the true killer when it comes to you know video games. What's up, Maupa? How are you doing? Twitch is doing something where you can earn special badges. There's an extension for death counter. Interesting. Wonder how it will affect Dusk Bloods. I don't know. Probably not very much. I mean, they're very different games from what I can understand, outside of the fact that they're online asset flips, right? But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, I don't think. I feel like it's kind of a weird thing where, like, Night Rain sort of is always gonna face unfair expectations because it comes from a video game that is so huge and like in a very specific genre of open world exploration long form sort of game, right? And then it's coming out as a bite-sized online thing and people get in there with all their love for Elden Ring. Like it's very hard to reach a point of where people are like, oh yeah, I'm totally satisfied with that, right? And in a weird way, I feel like Night Rain is going for a very different audiences than what From Software players, like From Software games, typically gather, right? Like it's a different type of audience. So I feel like there's a little conflict there, right? Like there's a little friction between what they usually do for their games and what this is as a as a design. So I don't know. It's interesting. I feel like that explains a little bit of the maybe lukewarm reaction to Night Rain. But I'm sure when people actually play it with their friends and all that, I'm sure it's going to be a great time. I will say I was a skeptic when it came to Night Rain, and now that the game is actually just like about to release, and like the thought of maybe getting like playing some games with Naz or whatever, and I'm like, this could be a good time. I could actually see it being a good time. I'm playing Elden Ring right now. I don't want to double dip. That's my main concern is, with me, you guys know me, if you've been around for a little bit, my main concern for me is always burning out on games before I'm done with them, right? Which in the case of Elden Ring is a little concerning because that fucking game is going to take me, I don't know how many fucking months. So I'm like, I can't play more Elden Ring, no matter the format. I need to pace myself. So I'm just gonna have to put Night Rain. I'm gonna watch Night Rain. I'm gonna watch people play Night Rain. It's gonna be great. A little bit. I'm gonna take a look, a careful look. If it feels like it's spoiling like bosses or whatever, but I feel like, I don't know. I watched the trailer and it didn't feel like I was spoiling myself on anything. So I don't know. We'll see. I'll play it by ear. Also, when I watch streams, most of the time I'm just playing a game or doing work or whatever on the side, so I'm not really, fully paying attention to what's happening. So, but yeah, it seems, I don't know, it seems all right. It seems pretty good. I just think people's expectations were a little unrealistic. So, we'll see. What's up, Ryan? How are you doing today? What's up, Rico? What's up, Fearadon? What's up, Know You? I expect no less than 1,000 hours. I think that might be a little much, but we'll see. I don't know. Maybe not. Actually, I don't know. Yeah, Fearadon. I feel like a lot of people. I think Deracine came out before Elden Ring hit, right? I feel like, or was it just after? I don't know. I feel like most people didn't even know that it existed. It was just like, even the people playing Souls games, just it completely flew, under the radar, because obviously it's not a completely different genres. So one thing we have to, I think, admit is that we are turbo nerds. Not like most people, believe it or not, most people do not track everything a dev is doing the way we do. We're like the next level of nerds. Like we're the S tier nerds, that are paying attention to all that shit. Most people, like the main, the average consumer, they don't do that. They just like, oh, a new Souls game came out, I'm just gonna buy it. Like a lot of people in the normal world outside of Twitch and all, they don't even know who fucking makes the fucking video games. You talk to them about Miyazaki, they have no idea what you're talking about. And that's okay, right? I'm not judging. I'm saying, we're the weird ones here. And that's okay too. Embrace it. But I don't know, like, even on Twitch, like when Lies of P came out, like I was seeing many people, even on Twitch, that thought it was a From Software game, right? They just, people don't know. They see a game, it looks like the game they know, and they think it's the same thing, But anyway, weird Twitch hiccup today that I noticed. You know how they said they were gonna delete all the highlights and all that, the big thing, right? So on the date where it was supposed to get deleted, I went on my dashboard, checked the content, and yeah, the number went down to under 100 hours, like 99 point something. And I was like, oh, okay, well, I guess they deleted the VODs then. Yesterday, the number went up again to what it was before, which is like 4,000 hours for me. And the pop-up is back. Yeah, $10. That's the thing. So I don't know. I guess they never really deleted I don't know what they're doing or what's happening, but it's very funny. I think it's really funny. The way I'm assuming it works is that it's a matter of registry, right? Like it kind of got unlinked to the system for a while as they were preparing to delete it, right? And then for whatever reason it got connected again. I don't know. I'm not a tech guy, but yeah. How are you today, Saladino? Tixar, Shepherd, Truth. Why did I call you Truth? Nibiru, how are you doing today? Let me post that thing because it's on my chat thing and it bothers me. But yeah, so the Twitch VODs are back, so great. I really don't know what's going on, but yeah, I'm sure eventually it will be fixed. Let me what's up, Marique? How are you doing today? Have you guys seen? Okay, that's another thing I saw yesterday. Have you guys seen the new game by the Sifu guys? Slow Clap. That's the dev. Rematch. It's like Rocket League with humans. I know it's called football, but it really plays like Rocket League, but except it's humans and like proper football instead. Well, proper, not really, but you know. It's really like designed like Rocket League, except you play with actual like footballers, right? It looks fucking amazing. I am super excited. It's gonna be on Game Pass on day one, and I'm gonna 100% dive in there with Nasrallah for sure. Like that's gonna be a thing. Not on stream, mind you, but we're gonna play that shit. Maybe we'll do special Discord stream or whatever. For you nerds who want to see us get mad at video games. I don't know, it seems really fucking fun. Also, the festering ground for toxicity if you play with randos, but you know, that's online games, I guess. What's up, Warren? How are you doing today? A brief conversation with my coworkers revealed they think video games haven't changed since the early 90s, just Mario. Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on the, you know, the type of coworkers you have, but I think the mainstream audiences do have a little bit more of an understanding of what video games can be, you know, stuff like Call of Duty, like all those really big popular things that they see on their commute to work on the fucking like subway walls and all that, you know, like and the commercials on TV and all that. I think that people get a bit of an idea of what video games can be, but I think it's important to remember that all of us, you know, people who watch Twitch in general, we're part of a minority in the video game world. It doesn't seem like it because there's so many of us and we're so loud about it. So we're always immersed in a world where it seems like, you know, this is the gaming community, right? Everyone knows Twitch, everyone knows blah, blah, blah. I don't. It's important to remember that this is not the case, right? The vast majority of players, of gamers, are casuals, and I don't say that in a, you know, judgmental way. It's just the way it is. They play video game when they come home from work for a little bit, some random game they were remotely interested in because of whatever reason. They don't think about it very much. They don't, you know, it's not a whole thing for them. Like it's not, they don't go watch people on Twitch or whatever, right? They don't keep up with the news or think about the game's design or whatever. Like it's just a distraction, and that's totally okay. I'm sure many of us have the same thing with other hobbies or interests. We just, you know, we just take the little bit we can here and there, and we don't really care about the whole thing. And it's the thing that's important to remember. Hope trying to play without a third won't be miserable. Have they, I know, like, someone mentioned that apparently they were adding a 2-player queuing thing. Like, you can play with... Is that coming on release, or is that a future date update? sometime in the future. Okay. So on release, you can't play just 2 people, right? Yeah. So you have to play either solo by yourself, or if you go online, there's always going to be 3 people, right? Is that it? What's up, Bullvine? What's up, Soulless? $301, okay. But there's no fill system, right? You can't be like, I'm gonna play with 1 buddy and a 3rd rando is gonna come in. Because that's the thing. Like I was thinking, you know, if they add a 2-player mode in the future and you know limit it to 2, I could see myself, you know, playing with just 1 person. Just there is a random matchmaking, but sure. But can you only queue solo, or can you queue as 2 people and then you get matched with a 3rd? That's a big question, I think. From my understanding, you can't queue with 2 people, but maybe I'm wrong. I'm baffled they made a multiplayer game with no crossplay that's designed entirely around the player count of exactly 3. I don't know why so many people are weirded out by the 3 number. Why is it weirder than 2 or 4? I mean, well, I guess weirder than 2 I get, because the 2 people, you find a friend or a partner, whatever, you play a game with them. But why is 3 more weird than 4? Seems very arbitrary. Trios suck. Okay, well, I mean, I understand the idea that, especially if you queue as a 2-man group, being in a trio is kind of like awkward, because the 3rd person has a pretty good chance of getting bullied. Right? But, I don't know. I feel like a lot of it is because we're used to 4 being the standard. Maybe. Is it? I don't know. Rocket League is a 3-man game, isn't it? I haven't played very much of it. Like MOBAs, the most popular video game of all time online is a 5-man party like game. 5-man team game. Talking about League of Legends. I know Fortnite technically has reached higher highs in terms of popularity, but nothing quite had the longevity and the whole phenomenon of, you know, League of Legends, right? So 4 is the standard for co-op games. Yeah, I don't know. What's up, Stoner? I don't know, it's always weird to me when people are like, yeah, 3 is such a weird number, and I'm like, I don't know, is it? Three Musketeers, yeah, you know, like a lot of symbolically speaking, numerology and all that. The number 3 is very important, you know, it comes up very often. Yeah, I don't know. I get the idea again that if you queue as a duo and then you end up with a 3rd, the 3rd's likely to get bullied in rando scenario. I get that. And 4, you know, two couple of people like queuing, get matched together, it's perfect, right? I get that idea. That makes a little bit sense to me. It still seems very arbitrary. I don't know. Pretty sure you can queue with just 2 and you get a fill-in. Okay. Then it makes no sense that they're limiting it to. Like, you can't play as 2 people and with no fills. But from what I've heard, the game's not balanced for solo play. Okay. I would have assumed that the game would just... Well, I mean... I don't know. Is it not balanced for solo play the same way that people will say that the games are balanced around like summoning and all that, because if that's the case, obviously there's, well, my opinion doesn't matter. I'm not. Yeah, I've heard that, Nibiru. But it doesn't matter, right? Because I'm trying to sort of make sense of the design decision in the first place, not the reaction to the reaction. If that makes sense. There's a reaction to the reaction, right? People react, and then the devs are like, "Oh shit, yeah, we maybe should do." I'm trying to think about what was the process in the first place. And when I'm saying it doesn't matter, it means just for my thought process right now. Obviously, it's a very important inclusion in the game, and I'm glad they're doing it. There's some scaling, but it's not designed to tackle the issue alone, albeit making some decisions. Might just be about team composition based on builds. How many type of classes do you have in the game? I haven't looked into those details. What's up, Captain Dax? How are you doing today? 8. Certain number of roles in a gaming system. The fewer players you have within the group, the more roles each must play. Belina comes next week. Hope I'll get some drive. Get it to play Street Fighter again. Yeah, I get it. You shouldn't though. I don't know. I'm interested to see what season 3 of Street Fighter is, but at this point I'm committed to Tekken, and I don't think I'm going back. I'm sure I'll play Street Fighter 6 again in the future at some point, but my main fighting game is it's always been Tekken. I tried to fool myself and play Street Fighter for a bit, but nah, it just eventually you always go back home where things feel normal. Not touching Tekken myself. Well, I mean, again, it's a matter of what you've played in your, what you've played over time and what feels right to you. Tekken feels like home to me. It's even though I played Street Fighter when I was younger than Tekken, before Tekken came out, Tekken is when it clicked for me. That was like, oh shit, this is, this is it. So yeah, Tekken's always gonna feel better, but yeah, personal thing, obviously. What's up, Zico Nation? Any plans to play DS2 on launch? Death Stranding 2? There's a lot of DS games these days. Death Stranding would be my guess. Death Stranding 2 coming out soon. I haven't played the first one, so no. I may stream the first game one day. We'll see. Warren, thank you for gifting a subscription to Philinor. 550. A very nice round number. I like it. Thank you, Warren. I appreciate the support as always. And Philinor, you will be remembered. I tried Tekken again if they succeed in making it more defensive. That's a funny thing because people keep repeating that narrative of like Tekken's not defensive enough. And I think everything in competitive play shows that it's actually the opposite. Defense wins games. I think a lot of the conflict there comes from the fact that it's hard to defend. It's always kind of been hard to defend in Tekken, right? But in Tekken 8, it's especially hard to defend. But it is strong. Like, it's an extremely strong aspect of the game. And good defenders almost always win. That's what like competitive play has shown in the past few weeks, is that not only is the game extremely well balanced and like watching the tournaments was amazing because the results were almost too predictable. It's like, at least in pools, right? Like the top 64 or whatever was only like fucking amazing pro players. There barely was any upset at any point in the pools, as opposed to, you know, like some other. I was paying attention to Street Fighter a little bit, and like you get a few upsets here and there. Like Tekken, none whatsoever before, you know, like the top 16 or whatever. And that to me is a sign of a very well balanced game, a game that, you know, actually favors you know, skill above all, and like the better players were really the more defensive one. But it's true that there's a lot of learning to do in Tekken before you can be good at defensively. So I think that's why a lot of players think the game's defense is not great. But I think that's a lower level thing, right? Which is, you know, obviously a factor. Doesn't mean it's not valid. What's up, Credo? But yeah, I'd be also regarding the, you know, the what I was saying about the upsets and the skill base, I think a big factor is the number of rounds in Tekken compared to Street Fighter. Both tournament formats are FT2 until like the, you know, higher, like the later stages of the tournament, but Tekken has 3 rounds. Like you need to win 3 rounds per match, which technically turns it into a, you know, same number of rounds as a FT3 in Street Fighter. So I think that helps with consistency as well when it comes to results. Wait, Marie, the Strive didn't have a ranked system until now? That's mind-blowing. What do you mean by about 10%? I'm confused. %90 of the time, the player that wins the FT2 wins the FT3. Interesting. Is that like a what's the name of that person on Twitter? Like the that does all the stats stuff. Did they come up with some data on that? He was using the citation to advocate for FT3. Nice. I want that 10%. Yeah. I mean, 10% is significant, right? And it's... But yeah, I think it's interesting to, you know, going to Tekken and having more rounds. It's interesting how different it makes me feel when I play. Like, I feel, even though I still get a little mad sometimes and all that, but I feel less frustrated when I lose, and I feel more rewarded when I win. Because, I don't know, it always feels a little more grounded. Instead of just, oh man, that was so flashy and explosive, and then someone lost or won. And, you know, I feel like there was a little more back and forth, a little more time to adapt and all that. But yeah, I also wonder, because technically, right, Captain Dax, technically if you get 3 rounds, 2 matches, you need to win 6 rounds to get the set, which, you know, in a 2-round game would be 3, you know, first to 3, sorry. But I wonder how different the fact that it's 3-3 instead of 2-2-2 changes the dynamic and the, you know, sort of Thinking about the psychological effects of it, right? And also, I guess technically it means that there can be a lot more rounds, right? Because it could be like 3-2, 3-2, 3-2, which is a lot more rounds than what? Wait. Yeah, that's correct. You can technically win more rounds and still lose the set, so it's not exactly the same. Yeah. So it's exponentially bigger, in fact, than just an FT3 in a 2-round game. Hmm. Interesting. Not exponentially, but it's, yeah. There's more rounds involved. But yeah, anyway. Video games. But yeah, that rematch game, I don't know if you were there when we started talking about it, Dax, but that whole conversation started because of the rematch game by the Sifu devs. That sort of Rocket League, but except it's real football players video game. I'm really interested in playing that one. I'm legit like, you know, this seems super fucking exciting. Yeah, it looks really fun. I was watching NL playing it earlier today, Northern Lion. It's so funny because his title, I was watching him when I was having breakfast, and his stream title is "You can press square to pass." You know, which obviously is just taking a jab at people who just don't ever pass and play solo and all that. And he was trying to pass all the time, and he missed, like, the 10 minutes that I watched, he missed every fucking pass he attempted. Pretty much gave the win to the other team. And chat was just giving him so much fucking hell for it. It was so funny. Yeah, respect the attempts. Hey, that's how you get better. And it's not about the short-term results, right? It's not about the short-term results. Interesting direction from the devs, but makes perfect sense considering they made a tight combat system for Sifu. Yeah, I mean... Let me, this... Perfect. I think it's... I don't know, listen, it's on Game Pass day one. I'm gonna play that game. For sure. But yeah, how's everybody doing today? Are we ready for the weekend? What's everyone's plans for the weekend? I'm curious. So I was faced with a choice, right? We're at the gates of the outer walls of Stormveil. This is the outer wall, from what I can tell. There's a moat there. I don't know if that qualifies as a moat, but I kind of think it does. And then I'm assuming this is the main gate, right? And then Stormveil Castle, and the dungeon of the castle would be here, the main part, like the, you know, the bastion, or however it's called in medieval architecture. I don't know. So I've seen, we've approached this, like the outer wall yesterday, and I got absolutely wrecked by this ballista, so I'm thinking I need to go around if I want to approach that safely. But I was thinking of, from the bridge here, I could see a path down there, and I'm thinking maybe this looks like it can go around, right? But I'm not sure if I want to do that, because I'm gonna tell you, what I'm worried about is, what if I go there and it allows me to go around, and then I see something that distracts me, and then this is another fucking week of whatever. There's a part of me that's like, you know, we're in front of the castle, it's time to go in right now. I can always come back later and check this, or if it really goes all the way around, probably, you know, from the other side of the castle, come in, right? If there's even another side. Maybe, I mean, the crone said you need to go through the castle. So I'm assuming you go through the castle. But maybe you just complete the castle, and then you have to go there to actually get further? I'm not sure. My point is, we're going to Stormveil. Right away, I think. I don't think I want to check the sides. What's up, Hubs? How are you doing today? Tainted Grail demo? What is that? I haven't heard of it. Outer Worlds, but Tainted Grail? Is that a game on Game Pass? Local, hoping to get back to the local maker space, make some progress on a ring box I'm making for my wife. Hell yeah. Like a woodworking thing? Studying done, eat healthy, exercise. Seems bland, but I've been on such a losing streak habit-wise. Need to focus on stuff full-time, get this thing moving. Hell yeah. Oh, it's great. Hey, you know, habits have to start somewhere. Getting back on the horse is the most important thing, right? Isn't there like a study that says like if you can do something for like 21 days in a row, you're pretty much considered to be in a routine at that point, and it gets easier. So yeah, getting on the train and then, you know, sticking to it for a few weeks, that's definitely the way to go. Been flying all day, heading to a family event in Florida. Oh, good luck with that. Asterisk, I know airports can be stressful. Playing Night Train, voting for our next president. Fair enough. Some friends over for pizza. That sounds good. I'm not sure. I wonder if I'm gonna order something this weekend. Maybe some doner or yeah, I don't know. We'll see. What's up, Jode? How are you doing today? Gotta be careful with that devious spirit of adventure. Absolutely. It's dangerous. It's a fishing... It has a fishing minigame. Can't be that bad. It's an Elder Scrolls type RPG with a bit of better writing. Okay. Tainted Grail. What's up, Dead Whale? How are you doing today? Not sure you'll like Tainted Grail. It's described as polished Skyrim with a darker tone. That sounds great, actually. Sounds like an improvement. Spirit is one of those undefeatable boss along with Camera and Gravity. Spirit of Adventure? Oh yeah. Wasn't there another game like that? Gothic, maybe? You're thinking of? Avowed? Oh, well. Avowed was a... What's their name? Oblivion... No, not Oblivion. Obsidian game. So... It definitely wasn't going to be darker than Skyrim in tone, right? With all those pastel pinks and greens that game devs love to put in their games these days. I hate that color scheme. I don't know why. I hate it. It's everywhere. It just looks so weird to me. I think there are different segments for habit solidification. 2 weeks is usually the bare minimum for a habit to form on a chemical level. It's about diet, for instance. The bare minimum successful days before you're on a more solid ground. Psychology is another thing, of course. Yeah, that's fair. Gothic and Gothic 2 were so great. I remember Gothic 2 being super impressive when I first played it, yeah. The scale of it, the world felt impressive. I think the more important thing to remember is to not worry about what you're not doing, focusing on the consistency when you waver. Keep up with a habit for like a month or two, something happens, I lose it, feel like it's wasted. Oh yeah, I mean, I think accepting failure as part of the process is very important. Failure can be just as simple as not showing up, right? Thinking about like simple stuff like the gym or whatever, right? And I think you need to like program yourself and to just accept that it's part of the thing. And failing one day or even a couple days or even a week sometimes, it's not that big of a deal over the course of years and years, right? And like the only, like for me, like a big thing in life was to sort of program myself to understand that the only real failure is giving up completely on something. That's when you fail. Everything else is progress. The ups and the downs. Everything is progress. But it's not always easy on a day-to-day basis to keep in mind, right? You have to sort of... Sometimes you take the hit and it sucks, but... What's up, DJ? How are you doing today? Might be helpful for colorblind folks. Like the color scheme, you think? Yeah, I mean, maybe. Alright. I think I've made my decision. I'm leaving this, whatever it is, even if it's a side path or whatever, I'm leaving it for later. Because if this is indeed going to lead me to the other side of the castle, I don't want to see it now. I first want to, you know, finally face that obstacle in front of us. It's been so long. I cannot wait to explore that castle any longer. I'm excited. So we're going there. Stormveil awaits. This is it. The culmination of the first season of this entire playthrough, I guess, at this point. If this playthrough is a TV show, we had different arcs, but this is the end of the season. What's up, Seraphim? What's up, Bitkiss? What's up, Koilu? How are you doing today? Stormveil fans eating good tonight. Yeah, I guess so. Okay, so we're gonna sneak around because I got absolutely demolished by that ballista yesterday. So. There's one little soldier there that I would love to kill. Oh! God damn it! Okay, hold on. Kill the ballista, then kill the last guy. There's a dead body there. Did I kill someone there? Oh, also I need to use those summons that I haven't used yet, just to see how they play. First season felt like the third. Yeah, I mean, I'm you know, obviously we had a few different arcs with the Kaled arc and then the Weeping Peninsula arc, but this is, you know, this feels like the sort of big culmination of everything we've done so far, because that's the setup. The promise of the beginning of the game was Stormveil, right? And we're finally getting there. So, what's up, Skinner? Are we doing NPC quest or exploration? All of it and none of it. Both. I'm just playing the game, you know. I don't have any particular, you know. I'm just playing the game. We're finally arriving to Stormveil Castle, which only took us about 130 hours to get there, so we got distracted a little bit, as you can tell. There he is. Look at this nerd. Anyone else? Doesn't look like it. Can I use it? I'm so sad that you can never use those things. I'm pretty sure it's gonna respawn, but I'm gonna break it anyway. Yeah, fuck your ballista. That's right. Look at this man. Steady at his post, you know? He was told to watch that way, he's gonna watch that way, no matter what happens behind him. Sounds of destruction and everything, he's not gonna care. He has one purpose in life, and it's watching that way. Also, why are they all so tall? I just noticed that I was on the high ground, and he looked at least 2 heads taller than me. Is the Tarnished a short king? I don't know. Manlet, yeah. What's up, Zinder? Yeah, Dark Souls 2 lets you fire the ballistas, that's right. You can kill a whole boss with it. I don't know, I guess maybe we judge Dark Souls 2 harshly. Maybe it is a great video game. I think Dark Souls 2 is fine. I know we like trash talking Dark Souls 2, but I think it's fine. It was a fine game. I think the bosses ultimately were a little disappointing to me, which had a big impact on my impression of the game. And the DLC had a few areas that were... Oh, geez, that was beautiful. Annoying. Oh. Wow, the weather's changing. What's up, Puka Bear? Are we back in Limgrave? We're about to enter the walls of Stormveil. In fact, this is it. What's up, Booty Goblin? It would be funny to have a realistic AI. The first sound you do calls the entire castle on you. Yeah. This is cool. I love this. I love how the sounds of the outside just disappear a little bit. You can hear the wind ahead. Kind of cool too. That's convenient. What's this one called? Castle Ward Tunnel. What's a Brian King? The Castle Ward Tunnel. This week is my birthday. Bought myself a leather jacket. Love it so much. Hell yeah. Well, happy birthday in advance. This looks fucking cool. Look at the ornaments. God, this is cool. I remember we, when we were at the chapel at the beginning of the game, right? We were looking at the broken walls and like cannon... It looked like cannonballs were fired at the walls and all that. And we were wondering if those were the result of like a, you know, a war from like the boats. We saw like a bunch of boats collapsed at sea and all that. Makes you wonder if there was maybe like a war of some kind. Oh, who's that? Sorcerer Rogier. Well, not like Roger, but Rogier, I guess. Rogier? I don't know. Look at this nerd with his sorting hat. Gryffindor. Oh. He looks like a Hufflepuff to me. Derogatory. I'm joking. I'm half Hufflepuff myself. So, how does Rogier sound in French? We don't. It's not a French name. I've never seen that name before. In French, I would pronounce that Rogier. But I don't know. The only the French name would be Roger, which is very different, right? Not the I wouldn't be there. So Tixar, the way I do it is I do like to summon them once to see what they do, see if there's lore, maybe conversations, dialogue, whatever. But then I intentionally lose the fight, right? Yeah. I don't know if I want to summon them on my first attempt. I'm assuming there's going to be a boss fight. That's why there's a summon, right? I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna use them on my first attempt. I'm gonna be there by myself, but that also makes it like kind of impossible for me to first try any boss like that. But not that I think I would first try it, but yeah, back to what I was saying. I'm half Hufflepuff myself when it comes to the sorting of houses. I did the extended quiz on that website. I don't remember the name of the website, but there's a website that lets you take the extended Pottermore quiz with all the questions instead of just a fraction of them, and it gives you like the results in percentages, right? And I ended up being 50% Ravenclaw. Well, not 50, but equal parts Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. I think it was like 35% Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, 20% Slytherin, 10% Gryffindor, something like that. So I would assume if I were to go to Hogwarts, the hat would ask me whichever I prefer, right? Kind of like Harry. It's like, oh yeah, whatever you feel like, right? And I don't know. Hufflepuff does have the nice looking kitchen area, and like it looks like it's very cozy down there. There's food, there's it looks super cozy. But Ravenclaw looks super stylish, and like people there are typically more, a bit more nerdy, I guess. A little bit more on the intellectual side, which is something that I enjoy. But I feel like the vibe would be a little cozier with the Hufflepuffs. I don't know. It would be hard for me to decide, I think. Thankfully, I do not have to make that decision. This one I can sit on the fence on forever. Apparently it's Rohir. Wait, you pronounce that name Rohir? That's kind of weird. The Beth. Where are we at? Which area? Stormveil Castle. We're about to get in. Get put in Ravenclaw, find a Hufflepuff best friend, but that's the thing. I don't think you can like go in their house. Like you cannot go in their house, right? Like in their common room and whatever. Those are reserved, I think. So yeah, I don't know. What's up, Sim Chatty? Yeah, I don't know how to approach this. I think I'm gonna go... I'm assuming a boss fight's gonna start, but I think I'm gonna go without the summon first. And in case I absolutely wreck whatever boss this is. I'm just gonna let myself die and then do it again, summoning the thing. I doubt I will, but just, you know, I'm trying to be proactive there. Haven't read that one. Swing armament with wild abandon. Hold to continue swinging. Can be followed up by a normal strong attack. Silliness of divisions in the Divergent series. Divergent was... Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of Divergent. I read only the first one and... Oh my god, look at this shit. Okay, this looked Minecrafty for... Okay, am I the only one who's seeing this? This looks like a Minecraft castle, a little bit. With the way it's built. On the pillars. Like you can see the, you know... What's up, Cyrus? Yeah, the pillars thing is a little blocky there. That's funny. I don't know. I don't know if it's a matter of texture, if it's the models only get more precise when you get closer. I don't know what the technical term is. I don't know if it's a texture thing or if it's a meshing thing or whatever, but yeah. It's funny to see it at a distance. It's like I can see like the phenomenon of when you get closer, it suddenly like the corners get polished into like the round way they're supposed to look like. I don't know if it's a bump mapping thing or whatever it's called. Yeah, level of detail, yeah. Ooh, that's the bridge, I think, right? Yeah. God, I'm so excited to explore this shit. This is so fucking awesome and huge. There's a lion on the thing there. I thought the lion was the symbol of the red mane dudes. Interesting. Well, I mean, let's see. Again, there's a summon sign here. I'm assuming there's going to be a boss fight, so... God, this is so cool. The colors, like the greens and the... Ugh. What a beautiful game. Holy shit. This looks like the Tower of Hyde in Dark Souls 2, a little bit. Oh, there it is.
Foul tarnished. In search of the Elden Ring. Emboldened by the flame of ambition.
Oh! Okay. Cool. All right, sir. Oh yeah, I do so much damage. I mean, it can be first try because we need to. I need to try the. I need to see what the summon does. But yeah, it would absolutely probably be first try if I was actually like, look at this. I do so much damage. Never mind, I actually died. See, that's the thing with low HP, you know. To be fair, I wasn't being very aggressive. I could have done a lot more damage, but I could have just played with the shield up and not worried about anything. But, you know. Okay, cool. Interesting. Yeah, going to Kaled, going to Kaled was our training arc, right? We went on a whole training arc. It's gonna catch up to us quickly. Don't worry about that, especially with no HP upgrades. But I wanna watch that cutscene again, take some notes, and then we'll summon Rogier. I'm gonna call him Rogier. I don't care. To see what he can do, see what he does. I'm pretty sure I have a note. Yeah, that's Margit the Omen. I think he introduced himself as Margit the Fell, but I'm assuming it's the same guy. The Fell. One of the accursed omen who used to be bound, confined by shackles. Oh, hold on. Rogier? I don't care. I'm calling him Rogier, and you're gonna have to deal with it. Briefly binds Margit once imprisoned to Earth. Shackles were used to bind the accursed people called the Omen, and these ones were made to keep a particular Omen under the strictest confinement. Though faint, the shackles will retain vestige of power, enough to trap once-bound Margit on Earth, only for a short time. I have to try that as well, for lore reasons. Alright, let's see. I want to watch what he said to me again, but I have to move this. This is not gonna work. Where can I find room? Here maybe? Alright, I'm gonna use my Steam overlay to check the conversation in the cutscene again. So cool. Yo, Morose Fungus. That's a name right there. Morose Fungus. Thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Welcome in. I don't think I've seen you in chat before, but maybe it's a name change or I don't remember. But yeah, I appreciate the support. And as we say around here, Morose Fungus, you will be remembered. Hope you're well. Alright, Foul Tarnished. In Search of the Elden Ring. What's up, Nasrallah? Emboldened by the Flame of Ambition. Okay, then he does his anime jump, yeah. Very cool. Someone must extinguish thy flame. Let it be Margit the Fell. Okay. So the dude is... How do I pull this? Stood in my way at the gates of Stormveil. Doesn't seem to like Tarnished very much. Said he needed to extinguish the flame of ambition. Prevent me from finding the Elden Ring. That's what I'm assuming he's trying to do. Okay, cool. Fun. What's up, Fishboy? What's up, Naz? I was a lurker until now. I'm actually Sindrami's girlfriend. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, we know Sindrami. He's been a part of the community for a little bit. We watched your stream together before bed. We don't know each other yet, so I'm not, you know, I'm gonna keep it. No, listen. Shepard, you're making it weird. I always watch Daniel before bed, puts me right to sleep. Thank you. You made it weird. Listen. I get it. I've watched stream before bed as well. Sometimes. It was super cute and wholesome before I made it weird. Well, I'm sorry. Morose Fungus, you deserve better. I ruined the moment. I know, I'm a terrible person. Did I say something? No, you did not. I did. I'm the problem, Morose Fungus. It's not you. It's me. Pretty sure it was you that mentioned that you enjoy your stream being something people can fall asleep to. Yeah, no, absolutely. Falling asleep. That's exactly what we're talking about. All right. Let's keep it classy, chat. Okay? No, but for real. Jokes aside, Morose Fungus, I appreciate you, and Syndrami, and I hope you both are doing fantastic. Ignore my stupid sense of humor. What's up, Strange Pie? Alright, so let's summon Rogier and see what happens. Again, I'm not gonna fight. I'm just gonna let Rogier do his thing. See what happens. See if there's any lore we can gather. Because I don't think we've seen that character before. Just... right? I don't think Rogier was present in the game before that. What's up, Kimmy? Did Daniel make a wholesome moment weird? Always. Yes. Listen, I was just... It was, again, it was a me thing. I was projecting. The things I've done in the past, with some streams on the TV or whatever, doesn't... You know, it's my problem. It's on me. It doesn't have to be a thing that I project on people. What are we admitting to? And you may let me go back to Reddit. Yeah, you do that. That's what you need in your life. Reddit. All right, Rogier. Let's see how you can what you can do against Margit. Also need to try that shackle thing, right? Also want to really get my souls back because that was a lot of them. Ha! You see how I dodged that? That was so fucking cool. Alright, Rogier. Rogier versus Margit. Who you got, Chad? Oh god, Rogier's getting wrecked. Oh! Not even close. Oh my lord. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna help you, Rogier. Let's see what those shackles do. Oh! Hey, look at him! He got a stagger! Oh, too late. Sorry, Rogier. I was trying to help you again. Can I just do that over and over? That seems unfair. Never mind. Alright, well, kill me, Margit.
These foolish ambitions
Nice.
rest.
Okay, so Rogier is just a sorcerer who likes to use a sword as well. He doesn't seem very strong. But I respect the effort. Can we give it for Rogier, please, in chat? Let's give it for Rogier. He tried. He tried. He did his best. Thumbs down. Wow, Jesus. You people are haters. The guy really did his best. Rogier hasn't been killed. Yeah, exactly. He tried. Anyway, I need to get my souls. Okay, let's see again what that thing does. So I was able to use it twice. It's like a seal and everything. That's really fucking cool. And then he breaks it? Like the whole... Oh, it's a tree symbol, I think. I think it's a reverse, like, well, reverse, not really. It's like a tree symbol, I think. Yeah. Alright, you and me, Margit. The music is really cool. Oh. Ugh, Jesus. The airtime on that nerd. Oh, wait a second. You know what that just reminded me of? The tail swipe there? Crucible Knight. I wonder if there's a link there. Between... You know, we mentioned in that the Misbegotten Warrior had a little bit of a vestigial tail and wings as well, like the Crucible Knight. This, like, tail, like, the way he used it was very reminiscent of the Crucible Knight's tail as well. I wonder if there's a link between all of that, like some sort of... Whatever's transforming them into, like, sort of beast-like creatures. I wonder if it's related to the same source. Maybe, like, something about the Primordial Crucible or something. Ah, jeez. Those attacks are not easy to dodge, by the way. So fucking delayed. Sir, you were fighting a boss? I know! This is like in Hollow Knight, you know? When I was trying to acquire all the lore while I was fighting the bosses. By poking them with my nail. Don't fall! He's gonna fall. That would be awkward. Well, I could have said nailing them did well, so, you know.
Thou art of passing skill.
Okay.
Warrior blood must truly run in thy veins. Tarnished.
I am of passing skills. That's a decent compliment, I think. I love being of passing skills. That is really fucking cool though, the big hammer thing. Did he heal? I can tell. Okay, so the magic weapons that he has definitely go through the shield. Oh shit! Yeah. Dude, that fighting style is so sick though. Oh, that was sick! Like the magic golden weapons and all that, so cool. What happened to the boss fighting outfit? It usually I switch when, you know, I usually keep my normal gear to like see the moveset a little bit, and then I switch. I wouldn't really need to for that one, right? Like I could probably just. I mean, actually, I think it might be harder with the boss killing set because I can't just defend. Let's see. Yeah, I still don't have a better robe. I mean, I could use this one. It looks so ridiculous with the side opening. Look at my legs! It looks so ridiculous. Alright. Boss killing weapon, here we go. So what did he say during the transition? Thou art of passing skill. And something burning in me or whatever. I'm sure he'll say it again. Let's get my souls back first. Oh my god, the damage I do. Holy Jesus. Okay, I also get absolutely wrecked though. So, I guess it's kind of evens out, right? I know if I try to drink, he's gonna just attack me right away. Dude, how long do you delay those attacks? This is insanity.
Thou art of passing skill. Warrior blood must truly run in thy veins.
Warrior blood must truly run in thy veins. Okay. Oh my god, dude. I have time to explore an entire zone in between those attacks. Dude, okay. This is not an easy moveset. Oh my god, dude! I have time to roll, realize he hasn't attacked yet, and roll again. It's crazy! Well, Margit the Fell, you were a decent adversary, but I've been to Caelid, sir. Watch me die before I kill him. Oh my god, I'm actually gonna die. Yeah! Oh. Aw, he gets us!
Cower in fear of the night. The hands of the fell omen shall brook thee no quarter.
He sure talks a lot for a dead guy, but... yeah, the man's dropping a diss track from the grave. That was nice. Alright, I'm gonna have to listen to that again. Talisman pouch. That was so little souls, I'm not even sure I can level up. Yeah, I can't. That's so funny. I'm gonna have to spend some souls. Alright. So, bring down the notes. Let's get to work. Oops. Let's see. Okay. I have to put that here. I'm going to bring that here to have more room. Said I was of passing skill and that the warrior blood must be running through my veins. Then after died, all right, let's get into it. I can tell when it is because it's super cool because the Steam overlay, like the replay, tells you when you get achievements. So I can tell that I got an achievement there, so that's when he died, right? After he died, I shall remember thee, tarnished, smoldering with thy meager flame. Dude, meager flame? Fuck you, I just absolutely destroyed you. Who you calling meager? You couldn't even extinguish it. Cower in fear of the night. Night rain foreshadowing? Question mark? The hands of the fell omen shall brook thee no quarter. That it? That's it. Cool. Okay. The hands of the fell omen shall brook thee no quarter. So I guess the omen were a people, right? Like, it's... let me read the description on the thing again. Yeah, the omen. The fell omen. I'm guessing they're a specific subdivision of omen that were, you know, cursed or whatever, doomed, fallen, fell, the fell omen. I'm not sure if that makes sense, but... So he's telling, basically what he's telling me there is that there's gonna be others that are gonna come for me. And so I should cower in fear, right? Because those people are gonna track me down. Probably as a form of revenge for killing him or something. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I'm reading chat, sorry. That's what you see scrolling. Yeah, I don't know, yeah, the delay in the attacks there was really crazy. I don't know, I understand why you're doing it this way, right? You're doing it this way because you're trying to throw a little wrench for people who've played those games before. Make it less predictable, right? It's interesting because I think it's somewhat connects to one of my issues with Expedition 33. Although I think in Elden Ring it's a little different, but you know what? I'm gonna keep that for the day we play Expedition 33. We'll have a long conversation about that. Because I've decided that I was not gonna play. Expedition 33 I stopped around the beginning of Act 2, and I'm gonna put it on hold, and I'm gonna stream that game down the line at some point. Because I have so many things that I always want to talk about when I'm playing that game that I feel might as well stream it. Because I always have so many things I want to talk about when I'm playing it. No, it's not to shit on it. It's just I think it's a great game. I think it's a fantastic achievement in video games, and I hope they win Game of the Year and everything. Because as a dev, they deserve it. But I also have some issues with it that I think are very interesting to talk about. So yeah, we'll see. But yeah, I'm definitely I definitely wanna stream that because I feel like there's a lot I want to talk about, and I think like the fact that streaming it will motivate me to keep pushing towards the, you know, in the parts of the game that I find a little less interesting, I guess. So yeah. But yeah, so keeping the conversation just on the topic of Elden Ring, I think, you know, the delayed attacks, obviously a way to trap experienced players, but it does make it a little difficult to sort of, you know, you kind of have to see the moves before you can react to them, because you never really know. And like someone said, I think it was Philanor, it does, I don't, actually I'm not sure if it was Philanor, but it does make the fighting look a little artificial, right? It doesn't look very natural when someone lifts a fucking axe, or a hammer in this case, starts swinging, stops midway, like stops the momentum of the fucking hammer, and then lets it fall down. That's not a very natural movement, but, you know. I think it was a fun fight. I'm almost sad that I finished it so quickly, that my damage is so high, because I would have loved learning that moveset. I think it would have been fun to actually engage with a bit more. But oh well, hey, listen, I'm sure the game is gonna catch up to us really soon. Whatever head start I got from all the exploration we did is gonna eventually, you know, it's not gonna last forever. A small wicker bag knitted by hand, bestowed upon the ruling lord, or those attempting to become lord, by the elderly finger reader. Increases talisman equip slot. Oh! As the voices of the two finger readers are said to live lives eternal, and one is even supposed to have served as a wet nurse to royalty. Okay, there's a lot of lore for just a little tiny talisman pouch. I did not expect that. Do we have something about the finger readers? No, I don't think so. Let me search finger readers. Oh. I mean, we do have those, like the finger reading we noted there, so I'm gonna put that next to them, I guess. Finger readers. Also, thank you, Sun Cyrus, for the GG. I saw that. I'm sorry if I'm a little distracted from chat, but I read the messages. I just don't necessarily answer all of the things. The voices of the two fingers. So they're sort of like the voices of God, basically, right? Said to live lives eternal. One of them is supposed to have served as a wet nurse to royalty. So that implies that the royals were like life eternals, wet nurse to royalty. So that means that the royal family started a long time ago as one of the first things around, apparently. Is that it is used here as an emphasis of how long they lived, right? So it must have been a long time ago. I don't think it goes all the way as far back as like the Age of the Dragons that we've heard about and all that, right? Because that seems to have been before. Like, it's not like the beginning of times or anything, but maybe the beginning of, like, humans or human-like creatures being around? I don't know. And it's interesting because the pouch is saying, bestowed upon the ruling lord or those attempting to become lord by the elderly finger reader. And I got it from killing that Margit nerd. Was he attempting to become a lord? Is that why he's so mad at the Tarnished? Because, like, is he, you know, is he also trying to become an Elden Lord? And the Tarnished are trying to do that as well? Or... yeah, I don't know. Oh, wait, never mind. It's not, like, Elden Lord. It's just the ruling Lord. So it could be just, like, the ruler of the kingdom or the castle. Have you encountered any dates or calendar in the game so far? No, not really. We have like a vague idea of like the primordial soup, you know, the crucible, like the origin of time. And then there was an age of dragons and giants, typical big creatures worth stuff from like, you know, from software. And then there was an age of the Erdtree, which I'm also associating to the age of humans, or, you know, the royalty, all those like human-like creatures or whatever, right? But it's a little vague so far. I'm sure it'll get more precise as we move along. But attempting to become lord by an elderly finger reader. Okay, so I wonder, yeah, I wonder if that's the implication there, is that Margit was trying to become the lord of Stormveil or something. I don't know. Yeah, interesting. That in mind. So, can I equip 2 talisman now? Oh, this is so fucking cool. Okay, let's go back to our exploring set. I am so excited to be able to have 2 talismans. So one of them is gonna be the Erdtree's favor, and the other one's gonna be, I don't know. What could be a good one? I mean, if I go Scar Seal, I get a lot more HP. I do take more damage though, but raises maximum HP, could be safe and good. Maximum stam's always nice. Okay, my boss killing setup is definitely going to be Blue Dancer Charm and Radagon Scar Seal. That shit's gonna be fucking great. I cannot wait. We're gonna do so much damage. Oh my god. But I think for exploration purposes, yeah, extra stam sounds like a good plan. Night Train preloaded, now we wait. Hell yeah. When does it unlock? Is it worldwide or is it localized? Oh my god, this looks so fucking cool. Where's that? Wait. Oh, that's the beginning of the game! That's the tomb we come out of at the beginning of the game. Is that Castle Morn all the way over there? Oh my god, it actually could be. I think this is Castle Morn all the way over there. It's low poly, so it's hard to say, because like it's like the lower resolution. That's the island with the dragon church thing. So I think that's Castle Morn, all the way over yonder. This is the lake with the dragon. This is, yeah, the beginning of the game. Aw, the view is so fucking cool. Hell yeah, love this. Steam says in 2-3 hours, so like midnight, yeah. These things get delayed sometimes, sure. Yeah, hey, I hope you like it. Sounds like a good time. So that's the bridge, right? That goes to the tower? Yeah. God, this looks so cool. Like statues and shit. Can't wait to see that closer. You guys have no idea how excited I am about exploring this place. So the bonfire, the grace is called Margit the Fell Omen. Interesting. I need 1.5. What's up, Rasta? Missed the fight? It wasn't that interesting. Poor guy got absolutely ruined. Yeah, I think that's it, Philnor, but yeah, I don't know exactly how it works, obviously, but I think that's it. I had to take my mom to the airport. I get that, I have to do that quite often. I hope the trip was fine. Oh my god. This looks so fucking cool. I am so excited. I love castles. Stormveil Castle. There it is. Title screen. The prologue is over, guys. This was the prologue. Everything until now was the prologue of our journey. We're in Act 1 now. Also, the music change. Really cool. $130 hours prologue, yep. God, this is so cool. The visuals in this game, man. Also, I'm getting a very big Demon Souls vibe, you know? Boletaria, with the steps leading to the main door and all that. The columns are still Minecraft a little bit, yeah. I mean, I think it just looks like that because of the way they're built, but I'm not sure. Yeah, it absolutely looks like Demon Souls, right? Like you can imagine the fountain here with the archstone, and you're climbing the stairs, and then you have the, what's it called, like the phalanxes room, right? Yeah. God, this is so cool. The music is so good. Again, one of those tracks that doesn't really take a lot of space, right? It's just there. It's very subtle. There's not really a melody or anything, so that it never gets boring or whatever. It's just adding a little bit of ambience. Why is there a grace here? We lit... You know what? I'm not gonna question it. That. Oh shit, there's a whole fucking... Okay. We're not even in the castle and there's already side paths and shit. This is great. Already getting some sweet level design. Oh! See? See what I mean? Already side paths and everything. That's what I love. That's the From Software I love. Intricate, tight level design. There's even a thing there. Oh my god. Alright, let's see. What is this place called? Stormveil Main Gate. Okay. This castle is the pinnacle of game design. That's exciting. That's a big promise there, but oh, bunch of ballistas. Seems they were waiting for me. The door's closed too. Lever? Nope. Okay. Guess I'm gonna have to go through the side here. But first, hold on. First, can I use torrent here? No. Okay. First, I would like to pick the sides. Does this connect? Hold on. So if I fall here, that's committal. And then there's a hole there. So it has to lead here. Structurally speaking, there's no other place it can go, right? Yeah. I'm gonna just go down here. Ah, hold on, hold on. Okay, I have to fall on the other side, actually. I can't jump up. We made it to Stormveil, yeah. Yo, Hammond, how are you doing today? First off, Bruiser is well and just got back from a vet appointment and happily chewing on his reward bone. Second, hello. I appreciate you prioritizing this correctly, Hammond. I'm glad to know that Bruiser's doing well. How are you? I learned quick. That's an important skill, and I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, this is so rad. Yeah, victimized. As someone who lives around a bunch of old castles and has visited many of them, I can confirm this so far feels like a real place. Like, you know, castles aren't very neat and symmetrically built or whatever. There's a lot of, you know, they're built on top of whatever they are, and they're built around the environments, right? And just so it does have that the way, you know, that this sort of disorganized way of building them, I think is very cool. Nice armor upgrade. Oh yeah, we what's up, Grim? We I switched to this one for Stormveil. I felt like it was kind of a vibe to invade a castle with the colors of an enemy kingdom. I don't know. Just felt like a vibe. I liked it. What's up, Elisa? How are you doing today? Dimstang, good to see you. So, Hammond, are you excited for Night Rain? I don't know if you're one of the people who is gonna jump into this tonight. I know Elisa is, for sure. Yeah, I am? Okay. Everyone's jumping on the Night Rain train. The Night Rain train, that sounds good. Loki get some girls together for Night Rain. I feel excluded in my own chat. That's kind of... I'm waiting to see what people say post-release. Yeah, I think people are gonna enjoy it. I think there's a good chance, you know, despite the reviews being a little, you know, unsure, I think people are gonna really enjoy it. Played the playtest, I was a hater, turned instantly obsessed with it. I need to visit more castles in Switzerland sometimes. I've only seen Chillon. Chillon is pretty good. Yeah, I think Gruyere is one of the good ones. Also, you can explore the castle and then go to the H.R. Geiger Museum, which is awesome. Like, what a combo of things to do. Visit an old medieval castle and then the Geiger Museum. That's a vibe. I'm not worried about the fun of Night Rain, I'm worried about the longevity. Yeah, you think it might get boring soon? Yeah, we'll see, we'll see. Geiger is nightmare-inducing. Yeah, that's why it's good. The Geiger Museum in Gruyere is awesome. It's like 20 minutes away from where I am. It's really fucking cool. I've been there many, many times. Every time someone visits Switzerland, they all want to go there, so I end up always going with them. My favorite part, funny enough, my favorite part of the museum is not really his own stuff. It's his private collection. He has like in the museum, there's his private collection is stored in the attic of like art that he collected over the years and all that, and it's fucking awesome. Yeah, Gruyere is also where the cheese comes from. It's very complex, layered place. As good replayability as it is, procedurally generated every match, so every play will be unique. Yeah, I guess the concern here would be, you know, it's like roguelikes, right? Eventually you sort of still start seeing the you start sort of seeing still the repetition, and like I know many roguelikes add content over time to mitigate that. I think they've said they didn't want to add more stuff to Night Rain, like they weren't going to make it a live service, right? There wasn't going to be more updates or whatever, but I don't know, maybe if the game's super successful they'll do a DLC or something. Yeah, I'm not sure. But I mean, obviously the game is not even out yet. I don't think it's time to worry about that yet. Yeah, we'll see, Rian King, yeah. I will say, you know, I was not someone who was very excited for Night Rain at all. Like, I don't care much for the thing, but, the game just being on the cusp of releasing and seeing everyone excited to play it and seeing a little bit of the new trailer yesterday and all that, I'm like, I don't know. I'm kind of cautiously interested, I guess. There's already a DLC. Oh wait, they said they were gonna release a DLC for it already? Oh, well then that's fine. I wasn't aware of that. I thought I heard they weren't gonna release anything for it after the release, but I must have misunderstood the situation. Wait, what is this? Confused. Not as a live service kind of thing. Yeah, I think the point maybe is that they don't want to do like microtransactions and all that. Listen, my worry is that Bandai Namco is gonna see super good numbers, because obviously it's gonna be successful. People are very excited about it. And then they're gonna be like, you know what, we could make more money with this. and then they're gonna force microtransactions on the whole thing, but oh well. Hopefully not. No. What's up, Ingredius? How are you doing? So this is the only way back, actually. That's what this place is. Okay, cool. So that was not a very big side area. It was just a little thing. I will pass away if they do that. You're a little too dramatic, I think, there, Hammond. My fear is Night Rain already being an abandoned project because they were focused on Duskblood. I think it must be two different teams though, considering they've developed both at the same time. But we'll see. Obviously, who knows what's happening? If they were going to chase money like that, they would have made Night Rain. Would have made just what people will pay for. Well, the thing I think in that case, specifically for Bloodborne, Bandai Namco doesn't own Bloodborne, right? That's a Sony thing, so they can't. But they could have made Elden Ring 2. That's true. Now, I think a factor there is that Night Rain was probably cheaper to make because there's a lot, like it's basically reused assets, right? With a few new ones, of course, but a lot of reused assets to sort of make the development cheaper. Which is why the game's also, you know, lower price and all that. Yeah, I don't know. Unfortunately, I've been exposed to Bandai Namco a lot because they're making Tekken, which is a big, you know, a game that I'm very interested in. Those fucking nerds at Bandai Namco love making more money. That's what I've learned. I mean, to be fair, it's a publisher. That's their job, to make more money. So that's why I'm a little worried when it comes to the things they could change after release to make more money, right? But hopefully From Software has enough of a big name to have that independence to not, you know, be pressured into doing that kind of stuff if they don't want to. So. What's up, Nintendo? How are you doing? I would be beyond shocked if Elden Ring 2 isn't in prep right now. Yeah, I mean, I'm expecting it's gonna happen. I would, you know, I wouldn't be surprised at least. Is From Software always published by Bandai Namco? No. The Dark Souls series was, Elden Ring was. Demon Souls and Bloodborne were Sony. And that's about it. Well, actually, never mind. That's not true. Demon Souls was also Atlas in Europe at the time. Maybe in the US even. Sekiro was Activision, that's true, yeah. Which ends up being very important, right? Because the publisher ultimately is where the money is from, and it usually has a pretty big impact on what's getting made, and you know. FromSoft does their own thing, not just trying to milk what people want, keep things fresh and take risks. Yeah. I would agree, at least to a certain extent, yeah, I think. Like, Sekiro was, you know, Bloodborne and Sekiro were pretty new and risk-taking. I think Elden Ring was kind of like more Souls but open world, right? Which is fine. I think people did want that to a certain point. But yeah, I mean, I think to me the problem is always how much freedom do they have, right? Because unfortunately, it's not always about the dev. The publisher has a very huge hand on what's happening sometimes. Although, if anything, Elden Ring's a good sign that, you know... I mean, Elden Ring's super clean, right? There's no fucking microtransactions, there's no bullshit in there, it's just a proper video game. So that leads me to believe that Bandai Namco is not getting their hands on that too much. They're just like, yeah, you do your thing, and that's fine. I think that's a very good positive.
You there?
Oh.
Come over here, would you?
Oh, Jesus!
You there? Come over here, would you?
Hold on. I need to get away from that guy so he stops talking to me before I miss something. Saladino, thank you for 20 gifted subs. 876.
Come over here, would you?
1 second. This guy doesn't stop talking. Thank you, Saladino. That's a huge amount of subscriptions. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And everyone who got one. I'm seeing some good names in there. You will all be remembered. Saladino, thank you so very much. It means the world to me. I appreciate you. Thank you. Didn't From get acquired by Sony? So, part of the corporation that owns From Software was acquired by Sony and Tencent, I think. Like, they both got a little bit of it. They don't fully own them, but they, you know, they own a little bit of it, but that doesn't change anything, right? In terms of, like, how it gets published later. Like, a company can be owned by Sony on like a financial corporate level, but then they make a game and the game gets published by a completely different company, right? Like it's all very segmented in that way, right? I hate to say soon there will be microtransactions for DS2 armor and torn skin in Elden Ring. Wait, isn't that like content they're giving, like that's included? I've seen like there's stuff that's going to be included in the Switch 2 edition or whatever, right? But it's not. Is it microtransaction or is it just updates? Microtransaction on Steam with the Tarnished Edition release? You gotta pay for it? No, we're not, Grim, we're not talking about Night Rain, we're talking about the Switch 2 version of Elden Ring. There's like a special edition coming on the Switch 2. And my understanding was that they were gonna update the PC version or PS5 version, like the existing versions with the same content. But apparently it's something you need to purchase. Like you have to purchase the new skins and everything they're adding to the base Elden Ring game with the Switch version. Kind of. I mean, I think it's a little different than like pure microtransactions, right? It's not like, oh hey, you have a shop in the game, and unless that's what they do, but I don't expect that to be the thing. It's more like, hey, there's this update to the game, you can pay $10 to get it, right? Which is, I don't know. DLC, not microtransactions. Yeah, I think there's a fine line there, right? It's ultimately it's spending money to get extra stuff, right? So I get that it's sort of in the same ballpark, but I think it's sort of the way it's framed that makes it a bit different. In that it's, you don't have like a shop in the game and you have all those skins like, hey, buy this one for $5, this one for $5, this one for $5. I think that is a little bit different, right? You just pay like X amount of money and you get a whole update for a tarnished edition or whatever. I do think it's not necessarily a step in the right direction, that's for sure, but I think there's a line somewhere in there, right? But yeah, we'll see when is the tarnished edition supposed to come out? I guess we'll see then, right? With the Nintendo Switch too. I want FromSoft Gamba, let me buy loot crates. See, Hammond's just, you know. Hammond's just a yes girl. Whatever you suggest, she's gonna be on board with it. I can appreciate that. Wow, Elise is really fired up about that whole thing, huh? Let's. This is not a fight. All right, let's just take a step back here. We're just ultimately we're just trying to define where the line is, right, between when does it fall into questionable ethical practices and when is it just a little update you can buy for money, right? Because, and to illustrate that, Night Rain, not Night Rain, the Shadow of the Erdtree is a thing you had to purchase for Elden Ring. That adds stuff to the game, right? Obviously, nobody's going to consider that a microtransaction. It's a whole ass DLC with content and everything. But where's the line, right? Where's the line? At what point does it become, the type of microtransactions we hate? The kind that's predatory and trying to just milk people for money. That's what I mean. There's a line somewhere. I'm just not sure where it is. If the way it's going to come out is, hey, there's this Tarnished edition on Switch, you can get that on PC, but you need to pay $10, and it adds a bunch of skins and armor and stuff in the game. I don't know. It's like it's almost like a deluxe thing, right? That you add to your game or whatever. I don't put that in the category of microtransactions personally. To me, it's like if you buy $10 to get a remaster of a game or whatever. Like, it doesn't really add anything. It's just a small new edition or whatever. To me, that when it becomes a real problem is when you get, like a store in the fucking game. And you can buy little things separately. And they're continuously adding stuff for making, promotions and sales and whatever. And, that to me is when it crosses the line into, I don't want to see that shit, right? I think the difference is DLC adds meaningful content, expands on the game. Microtransactions, something like a skin that doesn't change a game in a way or adds nothing. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a reasonable definition, but I see a DLC as a one-time purchase versus microtransaction, updated and cycled often. I agree with that, yes. That's also the way I'm... To me, the microtransaction thing involves having a store in the game. Or like having like a list of things on Steam that keeps being updated and you have to buy all the fucking things separately, right? Listen, when that happens, if the Tarnished edition or whatever drops, and then Elden Ring has a fucking list of things, and you can buy all the fucking armors, you know, and you can buy all of them separately, I'll be the first one screaming. Trust me. If it's just one pack that you buy for $10 or whatever, I think that's fine. What's up, Rune? How are you doing? Yeah, I think that's the thing, Rune. That's what we're talking about. I think the update will be coming to PC and PlayStation, but you're gonna have to pay for it. What's up, Colette? How are you doing? Doing okay? Good. What about Devil May Cry, where you could buy XP and orbs? Are those microtransactions? Yeah. Of course. Of course. Yeah, it doesn't have to be like an in-game shop, but to me it's like it's the segmentation of the purchases, the granularity of the purchases, right? Buying a deluxe pack for a game that adds a bunch of skins or whatever, to me that falls into like the, you know, it falls into like the okay side of things. It's when you get like all the you know, constantly updating little things that gets refreshed and you get more and more skins over time and they're trying to continuously get money out of you. That's where it falls into like the greed, and I'm not okay with it. But ultimately, you know, those definitions are, you know, DLC just means downloadable content. One set of armor you pay $5 for is technically a DLC, right? That's just the original term for it. The horse armor in Oblivion back in the day that started this whole fucking thing was originally a DLC, right? That's what it was called. I think that the microtransaction, you know, implies like small amounts of money spread over several tiny purchases, segmented purchases. What's up, Chorus Side? How are you doing today? When you bring a new version of the game to another platform, sell that as an upgrade for the old platform that could be different depending on exactly what it is. I mean, they do that constantly, though. Like, every fucking game in the industry is doing that shit these days. Look at how, you know, like The Last of Us, for instance.
Come over here, would you?
How many $10 upgrades for like a remastered version did they sell? Hmm. Yeah, again, like the in-game shop is not a necessary thing. It could be on Steam, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's again, it's about the segmentation of it.
You there? Come over here, would you?
Any game who releases additional content for a price when it's not a polished DLC providing an extension to base gameplay is milking it.
You there?
Yeah.
Come over here, would you?
I think there's definitely some validity in there. And sometimes, oh, okay, I was gonna say something that sounded really wrong. I was gonna say sometimes I'll happily get milked. Sometimes you just want the fucking cool armor, you know? I think it's the Nintendo corruption. It has, let me tell you that right now, it has zero to do with Nintendo. It's Bandai Namco, 100%. They're the publisher. They're the ones who were like, we're gonna make a, you know, a Switch 2 version and we're gonna add stuff to it. And then we're gonna backsell it on the console and PC versions. That's the prerogative of the publisher. And I mean, Bandai Namco is notorious for doing that kind of shit, by the way. That's not new. You should see how they market things in Tekken. It's absolutely terrifying.
You there. Come over here, would you?
I feel your hatred for Bandai is blinding you.
Come over here, would you?
I'm not blind or anything. I don't hate Bandai Namco. No. I feel like they have terrible business practices.
You there.
You're giving them too much credit on From's weird decision. I don't know. Ultimately, here's the truth. Victimize. We don't know exactly what happened and who made what decisions, right? We don't know. It's just that typically, from my experience, when we learn about how things happen, it's typically publishers pushing for that kind of stuff. Because you have to remember that nothing happens without the publishers pouring in the money for, you know, and onboarding the whole DLC, whatever you want to call them, into the you know, the release sort of pipeline, right? So like From Software cannot just do something and publish it however they want, right? It goes through Bandai. So also includes weapons, DLC for Switch players, armor, game changing, so you can play different builds. Yeah, I mean, again, I think those lines are really hard to determine, right? What does actually, you know. I think in general we agree with like we all agree with the general, you know, essence of it. There's good added content and bad added content, right? You get the like minimal shitty recolored skin or whatever that are just there to milk money and that's not really great and they prey on FOMO and whatever. And then there's the stuff that makes the game better, whatever that means, right? For some people, skins make the game better. And I think that's a personal thing. I don't think there's like a, you know, a perfect line or definition. Yeah, that's the thing, Shepard, right? What does meaningful content mean? The definition is likely going to be different for everyone. I don't, you know, I'm not here to tell you what's meaningful for you. I know when I was playing League of Legends and I was getting skins for my characters, that felt meaningful, you know. It didn't add anything to the game, but it definitely felt meaningful to me. I still think it's a microtransaction, and it's, you know, I'm not a huge fan of it, but yeah, exactly, Grim. I agree with that. And again, it's, you know, to just sort of bring this to a conclusion. I think it's perfectly fine if different people have different definitions and are more or less excited about everything, but I like battle passes. Yeah, I don't know. It's one of those weird things where Like I'm looking at my like my consumption behavior in Tekken, for instance. Season 2 pass comes out, I'm buying it day one. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. I'm buying it day one. I did. I don't even. They had one character announced that was coming out with the season 2 pass. Everything else was we didn't know what everything else was. I don't care. I'm just buying it. I'm buying the idea. I'm okay to play the game for another season. I want the fucking characters. I want everything, right? But at the same time, I'm looking at it and I'm like, this, you know, I detest that business practice. I absolutely abhor it. And if you've been around this channel, you know how much I fucking hate that shit, right?
Come over here, would you?
The duality of gamers, such as myself, right? I hate battle passes, but I'm still gonna purchase it for the game that I enjoy. Yeah, we'll see, Grim. We'll see. Let's just put it this way. I would not be surprised if Bandai Namco eventually imposed your typical live service shit on Night Rain. I hope they don't. I really hope they don't. I hope From Software is given enough, you know, independence to not have to get forced into this. But I would not, you know, fall off of my chair and be like, oh my god, I never expected that, if that happens, right? Valorant weapons being $40. Yeah, no, I mean, you know, that's kind of... And that's why, you know, and I think I don't know if Captain Dax was saying something like that, but that's where the lines blur for me. Like, there is a distinction, and I feel like we can all feel sort of where the line is, morally speaking, but it's all very, you know, arbitrary and subjective, ultimately, because you can find like $100 skins in certain games. Like, that shit is insane. So it's definitely not about the price you pay. It's definitely not about the overall value that it adds. It's, I don't know.
You there? Come over here, would you?
I mentioned that when I was playing Dark Souls 1, I think. It's so funny that that hasn't changed since then. Have you ever noticed how From Software does sound in their games? The sound is based on the camera, not the character.
Come over here, would you?
If I turn my camera here, the sound's gonna be louder. Even though my character hasn't moved.
You there? Come over here, would you?
Which I guess makes sense. Because you want the sound to make, you know, to be positioned logically based on your character. Based on the camera, sorry, on the way you look.
You there?
It feels like the direction should be based on the camera, but the volume should be based on the position of the character. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's one of those weird things, Shepard. I think it makes sense the direction is based on the camera. But I think the volume should be based on the character. I don't know. It's kind of the fault of people willing to pay. Otherwise the companies wouldn't charge that much. Yeah. I mean, I agree. Like, sort of... You know, it's the whole, like, vote with your wallet and all that, but... At the same time, that's a me thing, right? I have a problem blaming individual people for stuff like that, right? Same reason, I hate pre-orders. I think pre-orders are literally the worst thing ever happened in the gaming industry. Like pre-orders of digital products, right? Of stuff that don't have a limit. I think pre-orders are absolutely awful. But I can't blame someone for pre-ordering a game. I understand why you would do it on a personal level. Same reason why I understand why people want the skins, right? They have money, they can afford it. They're gonna buy a skin because they enjoy it. I wonder at which point, you know, it's like, yeah, people are obviously they're gonna do it because they're supposed to make money, and so they're gonna do the things. But and as long as consumers pay, they don't have any reason not to. But at which point do you like look at the company and you look at it from like an ethical standpoint, and you're like, well, you don't have to prey on people, because I feel like there's manipulation tactics, right, with FOMO and the way the passes work and the limited time events and promotions, and I feel like there has to be a little bit of a nuance, right, somewhere in there. Like, people do get manipulated, and I don't think it's entirely their fault. But obviously, you know, if people didn't pay, problem would solve itself. But yeah, the issue isn't microtransactions; it's capitalism. Yeah, I don't think it's their fault, but that's me. Yeah, fair enough.
You there? Come over here, would you?
I tend to be more mad at the system than I am at the people, but you know, I think it's ultimately it's part of the same thing. It's just two sides of the same coin, I guess.
You there? Come over here, would you?
But yeah, I mean, Elisa's right on that point. The problem is capitalism. I don't know. It's a complex thing. You know, I'm not gonna be able to find a perfect answer for all of this. I'm not smart enough. A lot of people don't realize they're being preyed on. People don't think for themselves enough, in my opinion. They keep being manipulated, never learn, becomes their fault. I definitely think nothing absolves people of personal responsibility. I definitely agree with that. Personal responsibility is always a thing. But so is systemic brainwashing, right? Which, again, you're right in that it would be solved if people had more critical thinking, but I don't know. Sometimes I try to remind myself that maybe not everyone is capable of critical thinking, and that's not something that's really their fault. And I'm not, you know, I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but just not everyone has the same sort of capacity for things, right? So we're not all equal when it comes to critical thinking. That dude really wants me to talk to him. Jesus. I'm of the opinion that the personal responsibility aspect is a symptom of a greater disease. The root of the disease is the company. I mean, the companies are designed to make money, though. That's their goal, right? And I'm always trying to think about it from the perspective of the people hired to make those decisions. They're meant to bring money to the company. If they don't, they get fired, right? Their livelihood is on the line as well. They're just doing their job, right? So it's like, I don't know. It's complex.
You there? Come over here.
we're all, you know, ultimately we're consumers to those companies. That's what we are, and that's the way it's supposed to be. We're consumers. It's up to us. That's where I sort of, my opinion kind of like reconnects with Grimm's, is we're responsible for how we spend our money, and that will never change. If many people are happy to spend money on microtransactions and that's what makes them happy, I'm not gonna blame them. And then I can't really blame the company for making money off of that. That, again, that's their goal. I fucking hate that this is kind of a thing, but, you know, it is what it is. There's nothing you can do about it. Except complain about it on the internet for an hour. I think there's an element of peer pressure. That's what makes the microtransactions in online games more predatory, especially catered towards kids. Kids' popularity depends on the Fortnite skins and emotes they have. Yeah, that's the thing I've actually observed when I was in, when I was still teaching. The way the kids were talking about Fortnite and, you know, getting their V-Bucks to get their skins and whatever. It was definitely a factor that was playing a big part in the way they were, you know. That it was very sad that it was playing that much of a role, right? There's value attached to in-game microtransactions, like there is having designer shoes and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, that's actually a great comparison. It definitely felt that way when I was observing it. It felt like what 5 years before was about the clothes you were wearing. I was watching that happen with the kids, right? It transitioned from, like, the clothes were still a thing, of course, but it became a lot about, like, again, I was teaching when Fortnite was at the height of its success, and that shit was crazy. It was really crazy. And yeah, I mean, yeah, I think Grimm has a point in that the kids have to learn. It's shitty that they have to learn the lesson the hard way, but because obviously kids cannot have that critical thinking aspect to them. Like they're not fully built, you know. Their brains aren't fully formed yet. So they're in the part of their lives where they're supposed to learn that shit and all that. And if nobody's there to guide them, which unfortunately is often the case with, you know, a lot of kids not having really present parents or anything these days. Again, like, just talking from observation of the kids that I was working with and all that. It's very hard for them to be guided in the right way. And so that kind of stuff takes a whole other dimension, but hey, hopefully they learn from it, you know. Attaching one's value to an external source of validation is a recipe for incredible sadness and suffering. Yeah, that is true. That is true. Weaponization of FOMO, yeah. No, of course, I agree with that. You can't blame the kids for it. I agree with that. Kids are kids. They're unfortunately not that good at navigating that shit. Because they need to learn. And hopefully that, you know. Hey, I will say, hopefully they can learn with something as ultimately meaningless as microtransactions in a video game. Rather than having to learn about that kind of stuff with stuff that actually will impact their lives forever, potentially, right? There's way worse things that people can fall for than microtransactions in a video game. So, if that's how they learn, I will call it a success, I guess. Indirectly. But yeah, I mean, overconsumption and like overconsumption, impulse buying, all those, you know, those shit that are adjacent to the conversation we're having right now. It all comes from, ultimately, I feel, a place of insatisfaction in people. It's people trying to find satisfaction in things they can buy. because it's fucking hard to actually find satisfaction by working on yourself and improving as an individual and finding fulfilling things you can do in your life. All of those things require work, right? So when you're already working all day and you have your money and you have more money than time and you're like, well, I can buy satisfaction like that. It's very easy to fall into that trap. It's not gonna make you happy, ultimately, right? It's just like a little, you know, like spike of serotonin when you're buying your fucking skin for your game and you feel that little feeling of happiness, and but ultimately you're not making any progress, right? You're still gonna be rotating in that same up and down cycle. If you eventually want to reach proper like feeling of self-fulfillment and satisfaction, it needs to come from inside, if that makes any sense. I know those are platitudes, but I really strongly believe in them. It needs to come from inside. You need to do the work. You need to, you know, be able to be in a position where you don't need all those external factors of validation. But at the same time, I understand it's hard to do. I understand. I get why so many people struggle with that. But you still have to try, I think. And that's going to be my conclusion as we move on from the conversation into actually exploring Stormveil. What's up, Jay Meowster? Am I going to play Night Rain? Probably not. Not on release, at least. Maybe down the line. We'll see. Is the mustache real? I'll give you 2 guesses. People need to stop caring about what other people value and focus on what they truly value, which should not include any influence from others' values. Yep, I agree with that. Self-development, you know, improving your own understanding of yourself. Find what, you know, is important to you. And then, you know, make it work for you. And if you value other people, find other people who will, you know, at least agree to some degree with you on that. Or maybe disagree, you know. I like disagreeing with people sometimes. Well, not intentionally disagreeing, but I don't mind disagreeing with people because it leads to interesting conversations, such as the one we had. A lot of disagreement today, but I think a lot of that conversation made me think about things differently, which, you know, is ultimately something I can use to grow and improve my understanding of things. So I like that. Can we hear your best Mario impression? That's part of the special DLC pack for this channel, Jamie Ouster. It is $50. $50 for the Mario impression. You have to pay for only dance, exactly. Yeah, it's part of the VIP premium only dance DLC. Yeah. Dude, that guy does not stop. That dude just wants to talk to me. I'm gonna talk to him because otherwise he's gonna get really mad. I mean, he's not. He's just been on a loop for an hour, but... Best I can do is a follow. Well, I appreciate you for that, Jay. Alright, sir. Let's talk.
You're tarnished, aren't you? I would advise against taking the main gate into the castle. It's tightly guarded by hardened old hands. Oh, try the opening right here. The guards don't know about it. You'll breach the castle undetected.
I like that. Very well, or no, I'll use the main gate. Oh, that's interesting. The no, I'll use the main gate is the second option. Usually, you know, From Software sort of languages, the first option is the one that sort of goes in the way that the characters want for quests and stuff. No, I'll use the main gate. God, I don't know. Our Twitch sub microtransaction, our emote unlock chat skins. You know what, Elisa? I think there's an interesting conversation there. But I feel like my conclusion from earlier is as far as I wanted to go with this. I think we had a good conversation. But I think I'd like to move from it right now. What's up, Prison Mike? How are you doing today? Good to see you. Oh, that was fast. Thank you, $10. I mean, I do like the idea of taking like a side entrance. That sounds pretty cool. No, I get it, Elisa. Don't worry. But I do think there's an interesting conversation there. On, you know, the way subs are presented on Twitch and, you know. What's up, Kuma? How are you doing today? We're actually in the castle, yeah. Look at us. Making progress. Am I enjoying myself? Do you mean in general in Elden Ring or in the castle? I mean, I've barely scratched the entrance of the castles. I'm excited to get in there. It looks like a book, Ingredius, yeah. I've noticed that earlier. I'm not sure if it looks like a book or if it's a piece of wood or whatever, but I think. All right, let me I think I'm gonna take the side entrance. I'm gonna go with the first answer. It feels like the way to go with a lot of NPCs. Agreeing with NPCs is usually a good way to get their quests moving forward, if there's a quest too.
Yes, that's the spirit. You're just the kind of tarnished that I like. I pray for your success.
Thank you. Where's the guy wearing a cassette tape around his neck? I mean, it kind of looks like a tree, maybe a little bit, like the branches and the roots. Yeah, I thought it looked like a book, but there's holes in it, so I don't think that's a book. But it looks like there's pages if you look at it from the side. Maybe it's just, I don't know. Yeah, it's a strange little thing. I don't know what it is.
Use that opening to breach the castle. The guards haven't a clue about it. You'll slip right inside undetected.
Oh, I can change my mind. Interesting. I won't, though. But, I mean, there's items there. I'm sure I can get there later, right? From inside. 'Cause I don't want to lose those items. But I'm sure I'll find a way back. Oh! Whoops. What is that? Him? Gatekeeper Gustok. Let me hold on. Steam overlay. Where are you? Where are you? Is Gustok a French name? Not one that I've heard, but it does sound a little French. Maybe an old French name. I would advise against taking the main gate into the castle, tightly guarded by hardened old hands. Okay, I'm gonna take a few notes here. Let me take a few notes. God, I don't have room. You know what? I think I'm gonna have to start. I'm gonna have to start taking notes down there for the castle, and then we'll move them later. Gustok, Gatekeeper. Actually, his name is Gatekeeper Gustok. Helped me get into the castle by telling me to take a side path. Why? That's an interesting question. Why is he helping me? He didn't really give me an explanation as to why he would, you know, be so interested in helping me. Also, if he's a gatekeeper, isn't he supposed to protect the... Oh, maybe it's a trap? Maybe he's sending me to the side to my death because he's trying to keep the door or something? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. What's your build? So far, I've only invested points in endurance, strength, and dexterity. We're level 69, by the way. I didn't notice. I leveled up earlier and I forgot about it. Level 69. Let's go. Nice. Nice. So that's when we stop leveling, right? It's a level 69 run. No, I'm not that good. I would absolutely get demolished. I'm gonna keep leveling, I'm sorry. Build complete. Hell yeah. What's up, Tyler? How are you doing today? This is really cool how we're using like the broken walls and everything to just find an alternative way to enter. That's really cool. What weapon is that? It is a partisan. So that's my exploration build. I'm using like, so far I'm using spear and shield. I'm sure it's gonna change in the future, but my boss killing build is so far using a twin blade. Yeah. But all of that is going to change over the course of the playthrough, I'm sure. We're 130 hours in at this point, and we're just making it to Stormveil. This is going to be a long journey. There's going to be a lot of different arcs and builds and stuff, I'm sure. So I wouldn't get too attached to a certain weapon or whatever. Yeah, I got that one from the first Heavy Knight, yes. The Partisan. I got it here. Gatefront Ruins. Yep. Okay, so there's clearly some stuff down there. But if I fall here, I'm committing. Okay, I can't go down there for sure. Oh, maybe from here? Okay. Does this Jesus. Does this connect to there? I think it may. I mean, it has to because there's no other way out. Oh shit, hold on. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna fall down there. Okay. Whew. My ankles. Impressive that you can, like, the... In most Dark Souls games, I feel like that would have killed you. Elden Ring is very generous with... Oh, shit. I was thinking you could jump up there. Oh, that's unfortunate. I never thought of testing full distance that way. I think that's the purpose of those things. More than just, you know, orientation. I think it's meant to test that stuff. I mean, it tells you on the item, I think. Oh, my lord! Okay, never mind. Bad time to look at my inventory. Sorry. What the fuck? They have blades? Oh, shit. They have blades attached to their talons. That is crazy. But also kind of cool. The blades look really cool. Can I attach? I want to replace my hands with blades like that. In the game, of course. Cybirds, yeah. Wrong game for that? I never did anything like this in Cyberpunk. That would be Sekiro also, yeah. In Cyberpunk you can have like blades in your hands or whatever, but I never really engaged with that. I'm hearing what sounds like a blacksmith. You hear that, right? Oh, maybe it's a bird? Is it like beaking its talons or something? Oh, I think it's the metallic pieces on his, on their wings that are making that noise. Interesting. Oh, shit! Random bird coming out of nowhere. Okay, hold on. I wasn't trying to drink. Oh my lord. Oh, how many of them are there? Jeez! Those things are terrifying. They're hard to hit, they do a lot of damage. They come out of nowhere. That is the beginning of the game. And that looks really cool. Wait, there's a whole fucking area. So, we started in this chapel, right? And then we went down, there we died. There's a bridge, and then there's a whole church type thing on top of the cliffs. I don't know if that connects. It's like the... If I look at the map, that's the bridge, I think? I would have to see it from another angle, I think. Ah, I guess that's where we enter. And this place is awesome. I really love a good castle, man. Castles are the best, yes. Agree. Wait, there's a... I feel like I can't get up there. Ah, maybe like this. Okay, let's see. What's up, Frosty? Would you ever live in a castle? Who says I don't? No, I don't know. Like an old medieval castle, pretty cold. Yeah. Stormveil cliffside, not great. But like a, you know, a bit more of a noble castle, like something, you know, a Renaissance type castle. Later than medieval, you know. Maybe. Something like Versailles, you know, like that could work, I guess. But like old medieval castles, probably not a very happy time. I don't think. I like the fantasy of it. I like the, you know, the romanticized version of it. But yeah, in practice, not great. I would settle for Versailles. Yeah. You gotta, you know, you gotta be reasonable in life. Can't ask for everything. So I remember thinking those may have been like cannonball impacts, and they still sort of look like it a little bit, but there's those weird roots coming out of it. It's kind of fascinating. I mean, I guess it could have, like, thorny roots that could have developed later. But I keep thinking about the boats we saw in the ocean. I don't think we can see them from here. There were a bunch of boats. Capsized battle boats or battleships. That I wonder, you know, if they were, like, trying to invade Limgrave or... and like fire cannons at the castle. Because clearly the place got attacked. That's for sure. Like that place looks run down. Versailles is more of a palace than a castle. Well, in French, we use the term for castle, the same, so... Ah, shit. Come on. I'm kidding. Yeah, another Marred Leather Shield. This place is another one that gives me a Demon Souls vibe. Again, like very Boletaria. You know, taking the side path towards the inside. That was exactly what you did in Boletaria as well. The main gate was closed. And you were also on some rafters like that and all that. It's kind of interesting to see. Leather shield of Stormveil soldiers. Much like the castle, it is marred by mottling and thorns. Some say it is the curse of grafting which causes such affliction, while others talk of its root being something altogether more sinister hidden within the castle. A little ominous, isn't it? I'm gonna have... Hold on. I don't know what muttling means. Let me find a definition. Muttling. Marked with spots and smears of color. So, okay, let's see. Let me bring the notes down. I don't know how Castle Stormveil. Let's maybe take notes about Stormveil in general. Wait, did I already not have one? Maybe. Yeah, I did have one already. My notes are getting too big. I'm having trouble organizing. Found thorns, mottling and thorns around the walls, impacts, and also on items such as shields. Said to be the curse of grafting causing it. But there is talk of something more sinister deep within the castle. I'm not gonna lie, this makes me super excited to explore. The thought of maybe something being hidden that would explain those weird, you know, thorns and all that. Exciting stuff. Oh shit! Nice. Golden runes. What's up, Simmons? How are you doing today? Oh, did he just throw a stone at my face? What the hell? Ooh, weathered straight sword. Yeah, again, this is crazy. Like, if you've played Demon Souls, you know how much that looks like it. This is crazy. With the entrance to the side of the castle and... I love that. straight sword with a rather short but wide blade. Simple to wield, it was known as the sword of the people. Though the Erdtree styling is still visible, time has not been kind to the sword, now merely a shadow of its former self. Cool. Oh yeah. Look at that tiny little sword. Hey, it's not about the size of the sword, but the moveset. Pretty generic. I love how you can tell it's like weathered texture. Kinda cool. Long dagger or a short sword, yeah. I mean, it says a sword on the tin, so I'm gonna believe it. Oh wait, I can use my lantern. Yay! Let's go. Oh shit! That's a that's a big axe. Oh shit. Okay. Damn it, I thought... Oh no, he saw me! Well, let's fight. Oh. For some reason I was expecting him to be more difficult. You can see those thorns again on those enemies as well. It really feels like whatever it is, it's taking over people and the castle itself. Very interesting. Hold on. Vega from Street Fighter cosplay incoming, I think. Nope. Lunatic stabs at walls? I have to know. You have to check the walls, man. Stuff around here. There, sorry. What was I checking? I was checking the claws. Weapon worn On the fist, comprised of sharp parallel blades, favored by those who lurk in the dark. Lacerations cause bloodloss with great effect. Blow weapons come in pair. Two-handing this weapon will equip it in both hands. Let's see. Oh my god, this is so cool. I could legit see myself play with that as a boss weapon. What does quick step do? Oh! Okay. Nice. Pretty cool. Like Shredder from TMNT. Yeah. I see Vega from Street Fighter, but same difference. Favorite weapon class in Souls games, yeah. Oh shit, what happened there? This seems counterproductive to their castle. I feel like they're damaging their own shit. Oh my god, dude. The level design's already... Like, I'm seeing paths here, there's a door there, there's a passage there. I mean, it's probably small corners, but... This already looks really fucking cool. Hold on. Ah, oh, come on. I wish I could look with my so cool. I wish I could look with my telescope and still get the light. Very annoying that I can't. Tapestry in this game is cool. Yep. Makes the place look lived in a little bit. Uh-oh. Oh. Okay. We do not go down there. Noted. I do have the lantern. It's already on, but if I hadn't, you wouldn't be allowed to tell me that. Just for reference. Sofa King. Wouldn't be allowed to help me, but in this case, I already even had the lantern on. I'm just doubling with the torch because the torch lights more. This is interesting. But both of the lantern and the torch go off if you use the thing, which is annoying. I don't know why it does that. I would like to get a good angle on this though. Let me hold on. How do I do this? That. Copy. Tab out. 1 second. Okay. Take the notes. Screenshots. There it is. So that would be in Stormveil. Castle. Stormveil Castle. This. I wonder... Kind of looks similar, doesn't it? Ish. You can see the lion thing on the back there. Same symbol. Could be the same character. A bit like this. Interesting. What's up, Shadow Jets? How are you doing today? I am enjoying Elden Ring very much. Taking my time to explore, as I always do. Pretty fun. There's a lot of things to observe and, you know, think about. I think this is just like, this feels like one of, you know, just a knight's helmet, maybe? I feel like some of the... there were those armor sets in the first room with Ghost Dog on the side. I think those armor sets had helmets like this. Never got past the first open area where you can see a huge tree. Rage quit. That's the very beginning of the game. Yeah, I mean it. If you tried to fight the big thing on a horse, for instance, that was a bad decision. That's, you probably didn't enjoy that very much, but you have to ignore some of the stuff in this game sometimes if you want to make smooth progress. Huh. That is weird. Okay. This is strange. Look at this painting down there at the bottom. You can see, I think, the cliff right under my spear there. You can see the cliff where the chapel is at the beginning of the game. So this seems like this seems to be the cliff where Stormveil's built on, but I don't see the castle. Yet the bridge is there. Does that mean the bridge and the tower predates Stormveil Castle? That's an interesting thought. I'm gonna screenshot that. Hold on. Ah, jeez, that's not what I wanted to press. There. Mouse, where are you? Where are you? There it is. Ah, shit. Hold on. That... There. Let's see. Found a painting in Stormveil Castle that showed what appeared to be the cliff, but without the castle. Bridge plus tower still here. Predate castle itself. Like, I don't know, I can't really, like, let's see if we can enhance. Like, you can definitely see the bridge, the tower, and I think the cliffs on the left are where the chapel is. That seems to fit, geographically speaking. And the castle would be visible. You would see the towers and everything if it was there. It could be a completely different location, I guess. And it just looks like it a little bit, but... Ah, jeez. The chapel hates what I'm doing right now. There we go. How does he notice these details? I'm playing the game wrong. I noticed these details by staying in the same room for 15 minutes looking at every fucking detail. If you were to do that, you would also see those details. It's just me just not going very fast, I think. I don't take notes. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a kind of mindset, right? I'm in the mindset of just taking it very slow and taking notes, and I think it makes me more aware of things. Like, I pay attention to more stuff because I'm thinking about, you know, what can I take note of here? Is there anything valuable or whatever? And I'm sure I'm missing plenty of shit, right? Like, for instance, if we didn't have that conversation just now, I would have never stopped and looked at this. And now I'm going to, because we talked about it. But otherwise, I was like, oh yeah, interesting, tapestries, whatever, right? Now I'm just going to stop and look at it for a second. Maybe I won't see anything, but maybe I will. But like, I'm sure I'm missing a ton of stuff that other people notice, and, you know. I just happen to be slow and kind of observant, I guess. Do you do that when we're not watching you play? Yes. Yeah. I play games exactly the same way. The only difference is I don't stop to have random conversations about different topics, right? When I'm playing by myself, well, actually that's not entirely true. But instead of having conversation with chat, I'm having conversations in whatever stream I'm watching, for instance, or, you know. I'm still stopping and having random convos sometimes. No. The way I play games. So obviously there's a lion. We've seen lions outside as well. There's a lion on the red main stuff, which I assumed was their symbol. I'm surprised that there's a lion on the... Let me check that armor again. Okay, never mind. The lion is actually also a thing on that. Is it really a lion? I don't know. Maybe it's a different thing. The Beast Regent. Oh. Okay, that's the lion. That's the Beast Regent. So it's a type of beast. It's not a lion. And you get the green color. Cool. Hold on. What if that's the Beast Regent? We've seen that painting in Stormveil. There's a beast behind it. Maybe I thought it was a lion, but it's not. It's a beast. Is that a symbol of the ruler of the castle? Is this the ruler of the castle? Which would be Godric? Unless this is from like older times, and this would be Godfrey, who from Limgrave attacked Caelid and all that, right? We know there was like a whole war campaign from Limgrave by Godfrey. Because Godric's recent. Like, Godric is the like, Kenneth Hyde told us that Godric was currently the ruler, but he doesn't like that. Like, he's a garbage individual, right? That's a coward that just... Yeah, Godric, coward, hid amongst the women when they left the capital and all that. Blood of Godfrey, the golden lineage, so maybe that's why he inherited the castle. If Godfrey was indeed the ruler of Limgrave at some point. Which could explain the beast symbol, right, on the paintings. Like, it represents the authority and all that. And also on the tapestries and shields and armors. Well, not this one, but the green one. Okay, cool. See, that's exactly what I was talking about earlier, victimized. I probably would, if we didn't have that whole conversation about noticing things, I would have probably not given a second look to that, because I was focused on the paintings. But you just suddenly pay attention to something and you think about it a little bit. You find a whole theory. Maybe wrong, right? But it doesn't matter. It's fun to do. Saint Trina's arrows. Arrow carved to resemble a withered water lily. Afflicts target with a powerful sleep effect. Priests of Saint Trina use these arrows to spread their teachings. The sweet oblivion of sleep can become quite the habit. I love that they're using the Saint Trina stuff to put themselves to sleep. That's kind of a cool concept. I get it. The sweet release of sleep. I'm sure many of you understand that. Sometimes, some days you just want to fall asleep. Imagine if you could just use like a Saint Trina lily. A Trina's lily, right? I mean, I guess we have sleeping pills in real life, but... Oh god, okay. Hold on. Does the lore of these games make you want to write? Yeah, a little bit. Everything makes me want to write, though. Every time I talk about something interesting, I want to write. Okay. I need Saint Trina in my life. I guess I do, yeah. So, okay, hold on. Oh, shit! Ah, fuck. I thought, oh, no, please, don't. Ugh. I thought I was gonna be able to just go back up by, like, jumping down here, but this is clearly a little too far, I think. Oh, God. Hopefully I can make my way back inside. Oh, well, there you go. Okay, I'm really... this level design so far is awesome. That's some old school Souls, the way I like it. I just like that so much more than the open world. It feels so intentional and... Love it. Ring butterfly. Okay, we're reconnected with the castle. Perfect. Wait. I wasn't sure if it was the same painting. Golden runes. If that hit the barrels, I would be dead right now. And yeah, Prophet, to answer your questions, all my questions are always rhetorical. There's never any kind of help requested on this channel. I never ask for help or any of that stuff. And all the speculation needs to be done by me. Like, Chad unfortunately cannot help with like lore speculation and stuff because so many of you know the answers or know more than I do, right? And we can't risk a malicious person pretending to be speculating when they're just giving us the answers. We're just, yeah, we're being careful with that stuff. That thing is more adorned than the one downstairs, I think. It's also like a sort of tree thing, but I think this one's a little more complex. Oh, maybe not. Just the lighting is different, I think. Yeah. Interesting symbol. I wonder if it represents the great tree. Or if it's something else. I doubt this is anything, but... So the door it is. Only way forward. Okay, there's an item, but I also hear something, I think. I thought I heard breathing. Probably not. Very dark. Is that a... Oh! That is an enemy right there. Oh, look, that's the helmet on the painting from earlier. I'm pretty sure. Yep. That definitely is the same helmet. I'm sure he's nice. Yeah. Hello. I am here to... Oh no, is that a boss? Oh. What? Okay, not a boss, but what the fuck? Was that Patches? Oh my shit! Fuck! Christ! Ugh! Well... Yeah, we met Patches. We met Patches earlier in the game, right? And I don't know, someone closing a door behind you and laughing about it. Sounds like Patches shenanigans. What's up, Epato? How are you doing? Oh, I mean, okay. I guess it could be, that nerd. What's his name again? Gustok. Like I said, I said earlier, he sent me on this route. And I said, if maybe it could be a trap, right? He's trying to trap me because he's supposed to keep the gate. So he's sending me into a trap. That could be the trap right there. I don't feel like I can go back there. From here. I kind of want to teleport just to talk to him to see if he has anything to say for himself. Such a funny sound. You couldn't find something a little more threatening? A little bassier, you know? I just saw that rock slide you had in Switzerland. Yeah, that shit's terrifying, dude. Thankfully, they caught it way before it happened. You know, were able to evacuate the place long before, but... Still scary, yes. Yeah, and also, of course, for the people who lost their homes and all that, that obviously is not a good time, but better than losing your life, I guess. So thank God for whatever technology they're using to predict that shit. clearing the way for me. I appreciate it. Oh. Commoner headband altered. A headband with the cloth removed. Standard wear for commoners of the land betweens. Only there are no commoners remaining with their wits about them. Okay. Everyone's gone crazy. Gotcha, gotcha. So, I wonder what's gonna happen here. Am I gonna get trapped again like an idiot? Okay, oh shit! Fuck! It doesn't trigger the whole thing again. Sir, please. You're making a fool of yourself. Oh, jeez. Okay. Sorry. Sir, there is a door in the way. Oh my god. Whew. That shit's... Yeah, that dude is ripping my stamina apart. That is a really cool looking set of armor, by the way. Holy moly. Trying to turn him around, but... Turn around. I am not playing with the body. I'm just trying to turn him around. I want to see his gear better. Come on. Shit. Well, so much for that. Looks cool. I wonder... I wonder if he respawns the rusty key. Should I go to the beginning, to the bonfire again? I wonder if he respawns. In which case, it could be a farmable set, maybe. Rusted iron key opens a locked door in Stormveil Castle. I'm assuming it's gonna be the door that I couldn't open just before. I'm breaking anything. I don't care. Okay, there's a chest here. You know how I feel about chests. Certainly there's not going to be a teleporter in the middle of fucking Stormveil Castle. That would be a dick move, right? You just started the exploration of a castle, they're teleporting you on the other side of the fucking world. Surely that's not going to happen. Okay. Curved sword talisman. A talisman depicting a curved sword and a swordsman. Enhances guard counters. Oh! I did not expect that. I expected it to enhance curved sword stuff. It is said that a blind swordsman was the originator of this technique. The art of allowing one's opponent to strike so as to leave them vulnerable to a well-timed reply. I am definitely using that. I love guard counters. Okay. Is that it? Should I just go open the door now, I guess? There's clearly more stuff up there, but... Okay, let's see. Used the rusty key. And it leads up. Alright. Oh, sorry. Hold on. I'm losing hope at this point, but I'm still gonna try. I wish developers include stats on items description to show how efficient they really are, even if this description is hidden. I'm confused. If it's hidden, it is the way it is now, right? Like the stat exists, it's just hidden. Or am I misunderstanding what you mean? Do you mean like you would have to discover it by yourself? Or... I don't understand. Where did you come from? Jesus. Oh. Yeah, personally, I like that they don't tell you exactly what they're doing. I think it's part of the sort of the mystique of those games. If you have a lore description of the item and just if you have the lore description of the item and just decide the percentage of damage the item is doing, it's a bit strange. So do you want the percentage or do you not want the percentage? I'm really confused. I'm sorry. I'm trying to understand your point, but like this item says it enhances guard counter. Like you have to know what the item does, otherwise it's just, you know, you don't want people to just have to figure everything out by themselves, I guess. But like it doesn't tell you, oh, it enhances by giving you plus X% damage or whatever, right? I think that's fine. So I'm not sure what you mean by I want to click on a button to switch the description on the stats of the items. Oh, so you don't want it to be hidden. You want them to tell you in the item effect it does exactly that. Right. I was confused because you said you wanted it to be hidden. Right. Because that's how it works now, right? Like you press the button and it switches the description to like the stats or whatever. You can choose to check it or not. Okay, I see. Interesting that I can get in here, but it doesn't lead to anything. Unless... Oh. That's the one I came in through when I got outside, right? I'm so confused by some of the layout there so far. What's up, Crypt Stick? How are you doing today? I thought I went there already. Clearly I did not. Oh shit. Okay. Now we're all the way outside. I still have some stuff. Oh! Oh! Damn, that looks cool. Okay, I still need to go inside. There's some more items that I haven't... Yeah, I see the point, Tixar. I do see also the merit in letting the players sort of try and, you know, trying things and figuring it out. But like you can equip it, try a guard counter, and then unequip it, try again, see the difference. But I understand that convenience could be good for certain players. I personally don't mind. I like the vagueness. Yeah. It makes it more interesting to me to not know exactly what it does. It's more fun not to know exactly. But that's a me thing, of course. Anyone needs to agree with that. I trust they're sensible with it. Wasn't there... There's a whole thing with an item... Was it in Dark Souls 2 or something? There's an item that supposedly improves your stamina, but using it actually affects you negatively because of the weight. Funny. Had some friends install mods for Expedition 33 that translated low, medium, high in the ability tooltips to raw numbers. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Like you said, different strokes, right? Brick hammer. Oh shit. I personally, again, I really like the sort of vagueness. It makes it more immersive to me. Like I don't know exactly how much it's gonna do, but I know it's gonna do big damage, right? To me, that's part of the immersion. Oh my god, look at how the sky looks. Those colors. Man, what a game. What a beautiful, pretty game. That's redundant. Yeah, the towers, everything, the colors. Ah, looks so good. I just don't know how to get to that item. Am I supposed to walk around? And then from here fall there? Ah, maybe that's it? Yeah. I think that's gonna be it. Weapon made from an ordinary stone brick wielded by a laborer who led a rebellion and later became a champion himself. Even among the bludgeon of its size, this weapon is especially weighty. The strength of a giant is required to wield it. It's only 31. What do you mean the strength of a giant? I'm a manlet and I can carry it. Look at this thing. Oh, man. Oh, love it. That's gonna be my striking weapon for when I face those enemies with thick skin that my other weapons bounce off of. I think this is a cool weapon for that. Big bonks. Monster Hunter style. Love it. How many strength points are the strength of a short king? About 33 right now, Captain Dax. The never-changing number. Alright, let's see. God, this place is so cool. Absolutely incredible level design. If I'm right, okay, if I'm right, I need to go around here to fall on that little platform. And if that's the case, just beautiful. Mushroom. Nope, doesn't go there. Ah, shit. Can I jump this and land in there? I don't think so. That seems to be hell. That seems to be death right there. I don't trust that. More of those thorns and like different like blotches of color of, you know, with like black being like the... Yeah, it really looks like a sort of infection of some kind. Also, reminds me of the corpse wax or whatever, that black substance that was on the weapon of Black Blade Kindred. And around those bodies that we found in the canyon in Limgrave. Oh my god, look at this. The blue there, like the turquoise in the sky. And... okay, I don't think this connects to here. Yeah, no, this is part of another area, I think. Oh my god. Wait. Yeah, no, that's not... oh my god, that's another castle. All the way far in the distance. Fuck yeah. Oh my god, this looks like Anor Londo a little bit. Am I the only one who sees that? I'm getting Anor Londo vibes from this. Everything looks like Anor Londo? That's not true. That doesn't look like Anor Londo. That does a little bit. Elden Ring's basically castle porn. I'm very happy with that. Yeah. Like, you got those little towers on the side with the little, you know, the links between the towers. That's very Anor Londo coded. Staircase leading into a sort of like main cathedral building of some kind. Yeah, this looks really cool. What's up, Hidden? How are you doing today? There seems to be like the town at the bottom too. Like I'm seeing like houses and maybe churches. Fucking cool. The subtle thickness of its towers. I'm hearing that in the Bateman's voice, which probably was the reference, right? I like that there's so much fog or clouds or whatever, you can't really see what you're looking at. It kind of obscures everything. We're looking northwest slightly. I think this is kind of clever. I don't know if this is intentional or if this is just like a random weather effect, but having stuff covered with like this mist right now to not allow you to really see a future area where you haven't been yet is pretty clever, I will say. Like, you can see a little bit, but you can't really get a good sense of, you know, what it's like. Smart. I am not. Oh my god. Fighting this nerd on the ledge. That is terrible. Hi. Hello. Yeah. Why does everyone always want to fight me on ledges? Oh, thank god. Yeah, I don't know how that did not hit me, but I was very lucky. God Gamer? No, I was lucky. My defense got broken. He swung and somehow that went through me. That was just pure luck. But also everyone's always trying to fight me on ledges and I'm tired of it. Man. I'm setting myself up for that. That is true. I hear no lies. Oh, hold on. Yep. Nice. Oh shit, what is that? God, this looks so cool. Is that an elevator? Oh. Oh my god. Okay. The scale of this place is awesome. Hold on. I do think I want to fall here first, though. I love how little runes I'm making right now. That's how the game's gonna catch up to me, right? Like, I'm just making minimal runes now. I'm gonna go through this entire place and literally not get a single extra level at this rate. Which, you know, obviously that's how I'm eventually, despite being over leveled for now, I'm gonna, you know, I'm gonna get back to the... It's gonna balance itself out, I guess. A fucking dick leaf, out of all things. The one time I'm not even, like, I didn't suspect it. We always joke about it, and the one time I'm not joking about it, it's a fucking dick leaf. A noble find. Dude, it even says that it's a rare thing. Exceedingly rare to find. I have 22 of them. What are you saying? I found more deek leaves than I found fucking common bullshit. Succulent lettuce. It's a deek leaf. Dick leaf. Thick swollen veins. A faint pulse can be felt in the veins, stirs the blood, providing an enlivening effect. Well played, game. Well played. Hey, it doesn't matter. It's not about what you find. It's about the spirit of adventure. It was exciting to find a way to get there, I guess. Those things, I don't know what you craft with them. It better be fucking good. Oh, well, I mean, Exalted Flesh is pretty good. Boosts physical attack, right? Oh, I crafted some of these, meaning I found much more arterial leaf than just 20. I found a whole bunch because I crafted at least 10 of these when I was doing the bell-bearing hunter or whatever, right? Yeah. So okay, exalted flesh. You know that exalted flesh boosts physical damage. Pretty good item. It might come in handy when you're no longer maidenless. Oh my god, wait, hold on. There's layers to this. The fact that it's called Exalted Flesh. It's invigorating, you know? Considered a delicacy in the Badlands. Invigorating repast was for the exclusive benefit of those they deem heroes. Yeah, when they came back home, I'm sure. This is my whole headcanon now, is that the Exalted Flesh is basically this world's Viagra. Made from the dick leaves and all. Oh, look at that! They're building a ballista. Fun. It's really cool to see like workshops and stuff like that in the game. Like, it makes the castle feel like an actual place that was lived in, you know. You can actually see them building, storing all the weapons and the actual stuff that you see them use for defense too. It's pretty cool. Good attention to detail on that front. This is a very well put together game. Impressive. Oh, that's disappointing. How many more walls need to be poked before a secret is found? I don't know. Maybe there's none. I'll keep trying. So I don't know how much that shit improves my guard break, but guard counter, sorry, but I'm one-shotting these nerds. I wasn't before anything. Am I supposed to... Wait, how am I getting... No way, you cannot ask me to... I do not trust myself to jump on that thing. Oh my god, this is terrible! Stormhawk feathers. I'm assuming the Stormhawk feathers will be feathers from those hawks we've seen around the castle that they used for defense. Ooh, there's an item there. A feather from a hawk that lived as one with the storms. These feathers, enveloping in swirling winds, are often used for arrow fletching. That's really cool. I'm assuming, I'm not, the vocabulary escapes me, but I'm assuming based on context that the fletching of an arrow is the feathers at the end on traditional arrows. You can answer that. That's a language question. Language questions are okay. Correct, okay. Obviously, you know, English is my second language, so there's going to be vocabulary that I sometimes don't know. RuneScape taught you that? I never played RuneScape. It's kind of one of the MMOs that I skipped back in the day. My first MMO was Ultima Online, and then EverQuest, and then eventually WoW. And WoW was the last one I really played, honestly. I tried a few other ones after that, but yeah, RuneScape always never got into it. Always escaped me a little bit. Fletching was a skill in EverQuest too. Yeah, I played EverQuest in French back in the day, so I never got that. Drawstring Fire Green. Hell yeah. Okay. I'm really enjoying the level design here. It's so fucking good. This is prime From Software for me. Again, like it's reminding me so much of Demon Souls, that plays so far. I know I've said that a lot in Elden Ring, but there's something about the almost realistic, it's not realistic, but almost realistic medieval architecture and all that that is very Demon Souls coded for me. It feels less fantasy, you know, like imaginary fantasy than the Dark Souls games a little bit. In those specific locations, right? Like this place looks like an authentic medieval castle for the most part. Well, maybe not the golden accents everywhere, but you know. Okay, more people. But yeah, this honestly, this kind of makes me want to give Demon Souls Remake another chance at some point in the future. I didn't really vibe with the remaster. Felt like the music was much better in the original, and the art direction was a bit better in the original, I think. But I don't know. This makes me miss Boletaria. I don't know. It's hard to go back to Demon Souls, though. The game's... You know, it's still an okay game, but you can tell that it aged a little bit. It's a little jankier mechanically, and... Oh my god, another not moving elevator? Oh my god, this place is so fucking cool. I can already tell, like, there's shortcuts. Oh, there's a grace! Oh my god, okay, I just got it. This is gonna be like a point in the castle where we have a grace. And then we're gonna have a shortcut here and a shortcut there. This is so good. Yeah, this is really like old school From Software design. You have a centerpiece, a center area, like you start from there, and then you have like shortcuts to get back to it. Fucking cool. I'm giddy. Like it's making me so giddy and excited for it. It's funny. Yeah, no, I mean this is like chef's kiss level design for sure. Yeah. Again, like very Demon Souls or even Dark Souls, right? Like with the layered... Like Dark Souls has such good level design, man. It's... I don't think anything ever quite came close to it. I think Bloodborne and Dark Souls 3 have pretty decent level design. But it doesn't quite come close, you know, at the same level as Dark Souls, with how everything just sort of blends together and interconnects and all that. And so obviously I'm not expecting Elden Ring to be on that level, of course. It's a different design, right? It's a sprawling world, very different than the sort of towering vertical world of Dark Souls, but in those little locations, like right now, I'm getting, you know, I'm getting that feeling again of a nice, complex, layered level design, and that feels really fucking good. Dark Souls level design is 3D Metroidvania. That's true, yeah, that is true. I still remember when those games first came out. People were comparing them to Symphony of the Night in 3D, and, you know, that was very much a thing. I still remember Demon Souls was often presented to me like there was elements of Zelda. People were talking about that at the time, because we didn't have the frame of reference of what a Souls-like is. Didn't exist. And so, yeah, Zelda was a point of comparison. You know, you find more items and more skills, and you're able to get to a different place and all that. And yeah, Symphony of the Night was one that came up often too. Yeah. Really cool. But yeah, to me, I know it's a bit of a hot take, I guess, but I like to always mention Hollow Knight when I'm talking about Souls-like. Because obviously a lot of it mechanically is very different. It's a, you know, 2D game, different style of combat, not the same style of upgrades and all that stuff, right? Different progression system, but Hollow Knight gave me that feeling of a world that, you know, is all very extremely well interconnected, and you explore and then you find ways back to the places where we were, and all the level design is very, to me, reminiscent of like those you know, the good parts of the Souls, like in terms of level design, and also the mystery of what happened to that world, and how you learn the lore from little bits and pieces of information here and there. And to me, Hollow Knight is, you know, very much gives me that same sort of yeah, vibe, I guess. What's up, Minmataro? Legacy dungeon design is on point. Yeah, I guess what you call the legacy dungeon is all those yeah, those sort of areas, right? Rampart Tower. Okay, so before, I'm assuming that's progression. That has to be like main progression. Oh my god. Holy shit. Oh my god, dude. This place is so big. Is that a church? There's like stained glass stuff. Dude, look at how far away some of these parts of the tower, the castles are. Yeah, this place is gigantic. I love it. Does that connect to... Yeah. This might connect to the gate early on. Gonna have to... Oh man, this is so cool. Okay, hold on. Before I go there, I want to go back to the roof again. Explore that a bit more. What's up, Noger? How are you doing today? No stream tomorrow is starting to pain me. It's fine. We'll be back at it on Sunday. Tomorrow you get to watch people play Night Rain. Even tonight. In a few, I'm sure. Oh, jeez, okay. I thought he was alone. Oh my god. Oh, where did you all come from? Holy shit. Oh my lord. I thought I was mocking the guy for sounding his horn and no one was around, but... A lot of people around here. Don't underestimate the trumpet. Yeah, I can see that. Actually, I mentioned that before, but I played the trumpet when I was a kid. It was my first ever instrument. Can I actually... Wait a minute. Oh my lord. Hold on. I think I can actually jump on those roofs and everything there. Maybe not? Can I jump down there? Well, okay. My throws used to be so good. I've lost it. I can. Okay. There's a passage. What the fuck, dude? Okay. I'm getting overwhelmed right now. Because clearly this is the path forward. In that direction. I think. But there seems to be a whole other place I can explore there. Wait, do I not have my... There it is. Oh my god, this... The views around here. So fucking beautiful. Yeah, this is awesome. Is that another castle? Okay, so we're in a big giant castle. There's a big giant castle looking things over there. There's a big giant castle looking thing all the way up there in the mountain. I can see roofs, like towers. And then there's the walls all the way over yonder, which I'm assuming is the capital. We've been there briefly. Many castles to be explored. I really wish the game had better resolution at a distance like that. It's kind of unfortunate that it shows this low poly version. Oh well. A broken thing down there, broken chimney. Wonder if it's a... Oh, you know what? I think the broken thing down there, you jump on it and then you can jump on the ledge there and go around. Now I'm not sure. What if this is the way forward and that's the side thing? I don't know. Guess I'm gonna have to... take a chance and just... Well, I mean, Hold on. And start with... Oh, okay. Okay, hold on. Oh. I was hoping for an item, I'll be honest. Depth of field blurs them. Yeah, but I also think, like, this is not just that, right? Like, this is like the... I don't know if you were, you know, making a, like a technical comment, but you can see that this is like a low poly, low resolution. Yeah, level of detail. We talked about that earlier. Which, you know, I understand. It's a big fucking game. Like, you can't, you know... Engines have limitations. Yeah. But... Depth of field hides... Yeah, like, if you were just looking around without the telescope, it's mostly fine, right? You're not gonna pay attention to that. It's just for me, who likes to look at things up close with the telescope. A bit more jarring, but not a big deal. It is a beautiful video game, regardless. Is that an enemy? That's an enemy down there. Uh-oh. Okay. Hold on. That's a bug, you think? The models just beside it are higher resolution? Yeah, I mean, I guess the wall's a little, you know. You think if I reload, it's gonna fix it? The tall pillars? You mean that tower there? Yeah. Who knows? I don't know. I mean, I guess I can try, right? You can quit and reload without any issues. Let's see. Let's see if it fixes it. I'm curious. What's up, Juice? How are you doing today? It's normal, yeah. Yeah, I guess it's just something they... I don't know. Who knows how it's programmed, right? Maybe this is a different... I don't know how it works. A class of item that gets rendered differently from the distance. Yeah, I don't know, Captain Max. It's kind of interesting, right? Obviously, you know more about that than I do, but... Oh, God. What kind of journey am I embarking on, jumping on those roofs right now? What is this thing? It's... Oh, God, I was gonna say let's kill it before it can be anything, but nope. It just avoided our attack. Okay, it's one of those birds, but this one has a helmet on top of everything. Whoa! Jesus! What the fuck are they doing to those poor animals? Strongest enemy in the game? I mean, it is pretty scary. I mean, we know they're doing some, you know, they're doing some weird crafting shit, right? Taking the parts of bodies to do some weird experiments with it. I feel like they're also experimenting with animals, replacing their limbs with blades and, you know, all to help defending their castle or whatever. It's kind of sick. In the negative meaning of the word. Dozing cross-legged. Okay. Oh, come on. You could have been a secret wall. It's my old personal pleasure. Ooh, okay. Big-ass knight with a squire. I don't like those knights. They have scary wind powers. Oh, look at that! Smoking chimneys. I wonder if that's gonna... If that translates to maybe the location. Like, is there like actual fires down there? I wonder... New Pope! Someone's making dinner. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Like, it's in those buildings here. I don't think we've been there yet. We'll see. If we find a kitchen, we'll have to see if it checks out on the map where it's located. I'm trying to jump over this, which could be a very bad idea. Maybe I should... Oh yeah, no. I mean, why am I... Oh, what the fuck is happening down there? Yeah, maybe I shouldn't try to do that. How many secret walls have been found? 0. I don't know if they exist. I obviously don't want to know. If we find one day, we'll be very happy. But so far, we haven't found a single one. Oh, wait, what is that? Oh, okay. Stone keys, goblins or whatever. Interesting. Interesting stuff. I don't know if I can jump on that. Oh, this is scary, because if I fall, I'm probably dead. Okay. Whew. Yeah, I don't know where I'm going, Tixar. This is like, oh my god, dude. Another moment that feels like I'm not supposed to be here. I'm just walking on like the environment. But then you get, you know, then you get a passage and there's an actual item. That's sick. That is so fucking cool. Oh my god, there's something down there. There's an item. I can see an item shining down there. What the fuck is this place? I mean, obviously I can't jump down there, but... What did I throw? A, one of those, what are they called again? Rainbow stones. Yeah. If it breaks like that, you know you're gonna die, right? So you can use them to like mark a spot that you want to remember because they are colored and visible. Or you can just throw them down a thing, and if they don't break, that means you can jump. But how are you today, Crusim? Good to see you. I'm getting absolutely overwhelmed by the amount of different locations we found. Dude, this is all the way down there. It feels like this feels like it's inside the cliff, right? Oh! Remember when we were here? We saw like the cliffs and there was like holes in it and all that? Like almost like a cavern and spaces down there. I wonder if that's where it leads. Like there's some shit down there. Also, I'm not sure if I'm seeing right, but it almost looks like there's tentacles. I guess they're probably like tree roots or something. I don't know. Watching too much anime? Yeah, probably. Well, I don't watch a lot of anime. I watched the first episode of Naruto yesterday. It was okay. I don't know if I'm gonna commit to watching the whole thing, but I had fun. You love Naruto? Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people do. Dude, I don't know. Like, this looks weird. Definitely looks like there's something down there, though. I don't know what it is. See some stuff that looks visually unique. Can I? Oh, fuck, I can go down there. Oh my god, hold on. Can I actually go down maybe from here? Dude, there's so many places to go, I don't know what to do. I am aggressively overwhelmed right now. Okay, there's a ladder to go on the thing. Is Naruto the one about a dude surrounded by hot girls? I mean, it's an anime, so, you know, but I wouldn't say that. No, that's not how I would describe the anime. It's an anime about a ninja from a ninja village, and he's you know, trying to become the best ninja there ever was. I don't know if that's the story, but that's how much I've gathered so far. So. Oh god, that's a lot of dudes. Why did I target on something through the wall? Did you guys see that? I was targeted on something through the wall there. Funny. Yeah, I don't know. Like, the game locked me onto something really weird through the floor there. That was funny. Oh my god, dude, this place is so overwhelming. I'm not even sure if I know how to go back to the place where I was with the grace. I feel like I'm committed to whatever this is now. And there's so many little ways to, like, so many little parts of roofs to fall on, and we're gonna have to be very methodical. I'm gonna have to use the rainbow stones to mark spots that I need to explore still. Oh, hey. Hello, birds. That is so cool. Oh. Claw Talisman. Enhances jump attacks. A talisman depicting a claw and an assassin. The assassins of a Raven Mount are killers by trade. They assail their victims while dressed as birds of prey. Okay. Take a little note of that. Raven Mount. Mentioned as a place with assassins who dress as birds of prey. I don't know if that's going to lead to anything, but might as well. What's up, Foo Fox? What's up, Blairy? How are you guys doing, by the way? Good to see you today. Hope you're having a good time. Oh shit. The whole, like, inside what do you call an area like that inside a castle? Not a court, but in French we would say une cour. A courtyard? Okay. Yeah, maybe that's it. Yeah, courtyard. That sounds right. So what the fuck is this? This looks like a big chunker right there. That does not look like a normal tiny enemy. For sure. Oof. I don't think I can make that jump. Oh, never mind. But now what? Shit. Doesn't lead to anything. So this is the other exit, right? And it goes all the way there. And then I guess you jump on that thing. Oh yeah, there's a thing there, and then you go there and here, and then you come down from the ladder. And then you, from here, I guess you access the courtyard. Okay, cool. That part at least makes sense to me now visually. It's just the roof area is just so layered and confusing. Oh my god. Like climbing a tree to get the lay of the land, yeah. I like getting high. I like getting to high grounds. So I can get a sense of, you know, how things look. I do not get high. I do not use drugs. That is true. So can I just jump this? Oh my god, this looks terrifying. Okay, this is a way to go down. So I could go down here, climb the thing, and then go back to the bonfire? The grace that way? I think? What's up, Darstein? How are you doing today? Max Sauce, good to see you. There are areas this densely layered in other FromSoft games. Yeah, so almost the entirety of Dark Souls 1 is built like that. Although I will say, not every place is as sort of disorienting as the roof part here is, but the way this castle is designed is very much, you know, how the whole of Dark Souls 1 is designed. Just everywhere you look, there's another little thing to go and check and... But yes, this is also, that's true. In this one you have a lot more freedom than you had in Dark Souls, because you can jump over things, which adds a layer of sort of complexity to the yeah, verticality. Yeah. Was your build holding up here? Oh, I'm killing everything very fast. I also die very fast, but yeah. Defensively I'm not great, but offensively I just kill things. Okay, I think I'm gonna jump down there. Okay. And I'm gonna go straight for this. Yeah, I didn't want to deal with both of them at once. That's for sure. Still not adding points in vigor, yeah. Probably won't. Nice. Alright. Let me take that ladder and confirm that I can go back up to the grace. This has to be the way forward, I guess. You come down from here and then... Yeah, Caelid definitely... that was my training arc, like I like to say. Oh god, there's more items. Cool. That's so fucking cool. Okay, hold on. I just want to go back to the grace right now. I need to sort of... Oh my god. Wait. There's no way I can jump down there, right? No, that's fake. Yeah, okay. But I think this goes down to sort of like a sewer, maybe like a sewer part of the... Oh, I think this is like, yeah, this has to be like the sewers of the castle on the sides, right? And it leads straight into that opening there. Oh, there's a bug here. I can see it. Listen. Is that a word? Listening? And I think it goes all the way to that weird cave we saw from up there. So it's like a sewer area thing. This is a whole fucking thing, dude. Oh my... Hold on! Please don't kill me. I want to be safe. I want to go home. Can't even look at things. So yeah, this is like, it feels like almost like a sewer type thing, but there's also like roots. Oh, those I think were the tentacles I thought I was seeing. Those kind of roots there. Maybe it's connected to those sort of thorns we see everywhere, right? It seems to be located pretty much at the correct spot. You know, it said, oh, it said, I remember taking a note about how maybe there's something deep buried in there. What were the notes saying again? Hold on. There's talk of something more sinister hidden deep within the castle. That triggers those thorns and everything. Maybe it's down there? In whatever's happening in those sewers? Or, you know, maybe some kind of sickness or... Yeah, something sinister. That's encouraging, right? We love sinister things. Those fucking assholes! It's a trap. It's always a trap. Oh my god, dude. I cannot believe I survived that. So good. Fucking assholes making this game, I swear. I'm just trying to go back home. Why does it have to be so complicated? Oh god. Oh my god. Thank you. What's up, Zico? How are you doing? Ordered Night Rain from a third-party website. Have to wait for a key now. Ah, that's always awkward. Yeah. Hey, I hope you get it ASAP. And then download it, yeah. I mean, I don't think it's gonna be too big of a game. I don't know, really, but I'm expecting it not to be massive. Okay, now we're back here. Okay, perfect. Hell yeah, okay. We found a loop. We can explore the roofs and find a way back. That's awesome. That feels very comforting to me. To know that, you know, I can go out there, explore. There's still more. There's like spaces where I can jump still. Maybe I can also reach them from the bottom there, so maybe I don't have to jump like a crazy person. I have to check this as well, and then get to the courtyard and whatever the rest of the castle. Like we've just explored a little bit of it, and this is already like a whole thing. Also, based on the location of the elevator, I'm assuming there's a shortcut somewhere in there. Which would be where we saw like that smoke coming out, like the kitchen area. I don't know if it's a kitchen, but there's smoke coming out of the chimney, so I'm assuming there. No? I think we access that from here, possibly? Well, that's exciting. That is exciting. Was it the DBZ talk that made you start Naruto? No, I've just been thinking about it for a while and randomly wanted to watch one episode one day. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna commit to the whole thing. It seems like a pretty long anime, right? Like 700 episodes total or something. Crazy. But we'll see. We'll see. Oh, it's there. I'm sure we're all holding our tongues as you scoped out minor dungeons, craving that old school Souls design. Glad you got to see it here. Yeah, no, this is really cool. Yeah, Jay? Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe I'll get into it. I'll let you guys know if I keep watching. Oh god, I respawned the birds. I didn't think of that. It's okay. I needed my flasks anyway. I was out. Yeah, no, this is like proper good level design. Very, very good. Again, Boletaria, you know, Undead Parish or whatever it's called. That kind of sort of level, right? I love that. It only took us 130 hours to get there. But what a payoff. And there's still so much more to explore. Oh man, I'm tired. Ugh. Naruto Kai, very dedicated fan base. Kill people, cut and restitch the episodes. Getting rid of a lot of the fillers. Yeah, I think that's really cool. It's not for me. I think sometimes the fillers are my favorite part in those animes. So. Oh shit! Hold on. I need to remove my helmet. This feels like a moment of respite? I don't know how you pronounce it. We deserve to, you know, to let the stash breathe a little bit. Oh, in fact, hold on. There we go. Just taking a little nap. Little nappy nap. I wish Elden Ring had the hide helmet option. I don't mind, like, I mean, if I, you know, I get what you mean, of course. In my case, if I don't want to wear a helmet, I'll just won't wear a helmet. Because I don't think it matters that much, like the defense doesn't matter too much, I don't think so. But, yeah, it's a lazy convict. Oh yeah, there probably is a mod for it. That is very true. I'm personally a big fan of games that don't have like transmog and stuff. If I'm wearing something, it shows. I think it makes it feel more authentic. I understand the convenience of like transmogs and stuff, because obviously, you know, you want to wear the good stuff, but you want your appearance to look different, especially in like ARPGs and stuff like that. Like Diablo and shit, but to me, I like when you're wearing the thing that shows on you, right? It's part of the immersion factor. Transmogs make me feel weird every time, but you know, obviously it's convenient. I feel very cozy here, taking a little nap in that place. This feels like a good spot to call it for the week. we've made it to a nice little, you know, quiet location to sleep. 133 hours, ladies and gentlemen. We're in Stormveil Castle, level 69. And what an adventure it's already been. And I can't wait to return to it. Armor gives you, they have like defense values and all that, but they're, I would say, pretty minimal. Like, I don't think they make that much of a difference. If it's like other Souls games, you know. Typically, you would rather just roll and not have a lot of defense. But again, your mileage may vary depending on the build you play and all that. Anyway, thank you everyone. I appreciate the support. Man, what a nice little spot to end for the week. We'll be back at it on Sunday. This is it for the month of May, by the way. We're reconvening in June. June 1st, actually. We're seeing each other in on June 1st, Sunday, 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, for the continuation of Elden Ring. It's giving you guys 2 days to, you know, play some Night Rain, get all the Night Rain hype out of your system, watch some Night Rain. That's what I'll do, maybe a little bit. I'm gonna try to not watch too much Night Rain because I'm a little scared of maybe stuff getting spoiled or whatever, but you know, like bosses or something. But I'll you know, I'll watch a little bit of Night Rain. I want to see how that game plays and everything. But more than anything, on Sunday we continue the adventure of Elden Ring. I hope you guys will be just as excited as I am to keep exploring the castle. It should be a good time. I'm gonna raid Elisa Prey, who's playing Night Rain, as a matter of fact. Let's go say hi to Elisa. I'm sure she's enjoying the game very much. So, we're gonna go see what she has. But yeah, thank you everyone. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for all the talks, the, you know, lurks and conversations as always. Thank you for the resubs, the gift subs. I appreciate it very much. I'm gonna enjoy my weekend. I'm gonna try to relax. I'm gonna try to get some good sleep, get some good foods, play some Tekken, get mad at video games. And then we'll start all over again on Sunday for another week of Elden Ring. I wish you all a beautiful rest of your day, evening, or night. Have a wonderful weekend. I'll see you guys on Sunday. And until then, remember me, and I will remember you.